Dobrý den. Hello, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear students. Today we are launching the 10th anniversary edition of our symposium. And first of all, I would like to thank to the whole team preparing the event, of course with Jan van Woensel, Štěpán Grygar, but also Lenka Kodítková, Markéta Kohoutková, Lenka Tomajer-Opatrná, Saša Dim a mnozí další. So we are launching the 10th anniversary symposium, and because we are so very happy with this long tradition, we have celebrated the 10th anniversary already last year, and surely we will celebrate it the next year as well, among others with the publication of a book covering the symposium history. However, this is actually the 10th symposium this year, which took for the first time place in 2012. In the same year, I founded the photography department at our faculty, which contained the first handful of students. By then, I was wondering how to convey to them the whole universe which photography covers. And without exaggeration, it is a form of photography that reveals the far borders of the universe, but also the deepest corners of the human soul. It is a medium that significantly affects our communication, and it also shapes the way we perceive the world and the truth. All this and more is photography, and 10 years ago I stood in front of my students looking for a way how to connect them with everything that photography represents. The Photography Symposium seemed like a good tool to achieve this, at least as far as possible. A way how to provide students with contact and dialogue with people who are lifelong dedicated to photography. A way how to show what a beautiful struggle and fight it can be. How different the nights of photography are. But also show the faculty, the university, the city, and the world that there is a new studio and new people who are serious about photography. And last but not least, to show our students that they are not alone, leaving aside the fact that the artists are inherently alone. And all this applies to this day, even though a large number of graduates have already left the school and the department, and the number of students has grown to several dozens. However, the signal that we are not alone in our quest, especially now in times when we are so intensively confronted with isolation, limitations in contact, in movement, in study, in work, and other important activities. The fact that we are not alone is a particularly important message. So thank you, our guests, being with us and sharing this feeling. Thank you.
Good morning, international guests, colleagues, students, and people at home following the live stream of the hybrid symposium, Boundaries Time. Boundaries is actually the new title for what was previously known as the International Photography Symposium and Exhibition, which was indeed launched by my colleague Vojtěch Aubrecht, head of the Studio of Photography, some 10 years ago. I think I always mistake the actual year of its foundation. And I definitely agree with you that Boundaries is not only a shorter and much more sexy title, it also resonates best the original intention of the project, which is to make visible and reflect on identities of photography via the establishment of a dynamically growing collective of artists, photographers, theoreticians, and students. Boundaries supports personal approaches and maintains an inclusive knowledge-sharing community. We are pleased to have 9 very interesting artists in this year's edition that deals with the subject of time. The next 3 days, we will listen to and follow presentations by Chris Fraser from Bloomfield Hills, Michigan, Eva Bobrowska from Warsaw, Tina Frank from Linz and also active in Vienna, Lee Ranaldo from New York City, Jana Hojstričová from Bratislava, Roei Greenberg from Israel, but he lives in London, Mark Yashaev from Azerbaijan, but you live in Tel Aviv, Yikuan from Shanghai, and Libuše Jarcovjáková from Prague, and she is actually also a little bit from Berlin. And for those who are still confused, I am Jan van Woensel, curator, researcher, and manager of international projects at the Faculty of Design and Art of the University of West Bohemia. And we are live streaming the symposium from the studio of multimedia at the Faculty of Design and Art in Pilsen in the Czech Republic. So the subject of time may seem relevant in the current time. International media continue to report on the pandemic that placed working people and school-going children at home. And words like lockdown, quarantine, and social distancing certainly defined the years 2020 and the first half of 2021. In February of last year, I believe that many among us expected the time that would be claimed by the coronavirus to be rather short, like an uncomfortable couple of weeks, perhaps. But it turned out that we, modern people, were challenged by not only by spatial separation, but also by the sudden slow appearance and experience of time. Art and the subject of time have a long-standing history. Think, for instance, about Impressionism, the 19th century art movement that aimed to capture the transient quality of light, changing atmospheric conditions and the passage of time by means, for instance, by means of paint on canvas or in music, also in pictorialist photography and film, or even in literature. I have to turn the page now. Take, for instance, Futurism. The early 20th century, rather controversial, mainly Italian and Russian artistic and social movement that favored machines, engines, dynamism, speed, technology, youth, violence, anarchy, cars, airplanes, and the industrial city. Futurists actually aimed to liberate themselves from the weight of the past via a fast-forward movement towards the industrial future. Or, of course, remember Andy Warhol's durational films, such as the 1964 8 hours and 5 minutes silent art film Empire, that turned anti-sensation into a new form of sensation, and boredom into new excitement. The film reduces the experience of cinema to the passing of time, to see time go by. And if you feel like an 8 hours long Andy Warhol film is a bit too much of slow sensation for you, there is another artist who might test the limits of your patience. In 1978, a then 27-year-old unknown artist named Teshing Si began one of the century's most disturbing art pieces. Si had constructed a wooden cage in his studio in Manhattan's Tribeca neighborhood, and he locked himself inside, vowing that he would remain there for 1 year. And he would do pretty much nothing, not read, write, talk, or otherwise engage himself in any activities. And 1 year later, on September 29, 1979, he stepped out of his cage. It is called durational performance, or endurance art, or maybe even better, the art of waiting. In 2002, the German art critic and philosopher Boris Groys and the Museum of Contemporary Art in Antwerp, Belgium, released an essay that everybody here should read. It is titled The Loneliness of the Project. And Groys writes that each project represents a draft for a particular vision of the future. And each project strives to acquire socially sanctioned loneliness. We all understand that when somebody has to carry out a project, he is under immense time pressure that leaves him no time whatsoever for anything else. It is commonly accepted that writing a book or preparing an exhibition or striving to make a scientific discovery are pastimes that permit the individual to avoid social contact, to discommunicate, if not to excommunicate himself, yet without automatically being judged to be a bad person. Why does the project result in isolation? Well, each project is the declaration of another new future that is supposed to come about once the project has been executed. But in order to induce such a new future, one first has to take a period of leave of absence for oneself, with which the project has transferred its agent into a parallel state of heterogeneous time. This other time frame, in turn, is undocked from time as experienced by society. It is desynchronized. So if one has a project, or more precisely is living in a project, one always is already in the future. One is working on something that still cannot be shown to others, that remains concealed and incommunicable. The project allows one to emigrate from the present into the virtual future, thereby causing a temporal rupture between oneself and everyone else, for they have not yet arrived in his future and are still waiting for the future to happen. So, art students, hello, good morning. This essay, The Loneliness of the Project, is very relevant to you because you work on assignments, maybe even on your own artistic projects, and you might feel confused from time to time. Deadlines may give you stress or anxiety. Your work plan might interrupt your social life too much. Weeks of project development may result in good or bad results, or a project may remain unfinished, and Boris Groys can actually help you. My time to be quiet has almost come. I will now introduce the first speaker of our symposium, which is Chris Fraser. Chris Fraser is an artist and educator living and working in Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. He has exhibited projects in North America, Europe, and Asia at venues including the Scottsdale Museum of Contemporary Art in Arizona, Yerba Buena Center for the Arts in San Francisco, Tisjekta in Portland, Oregon, the D Museum in Seoul, Korea, and the Vitra Design Museum in Weil am Rhein, Germany. Fraser is photography artist in residence and the head of photography at Cranbrook Academy of Art, which is part of the Cranbrook educational community that combines education, research, and a public museum. That is also a National Historic Landmark since 1989 and is cited as being one of the most important groups of educational and architectural structures in America. Cranbrook Academy of Art is in Bloomfield Hills, a northern suburb of Detroit. Chris Fraser constructs environments modeled on historical image-making technologies, from the camera obscura to the magic lantern. These apparatuses put objects in dialogue with their images, sacrificing broad distribution for an experience of image that is local and ephemeral. Also, the work of Chris is described as going beyond the lens of the camera, and it shows how the total environment can affect the production of an image. Chris' environments stimulate immersive experience of light, shadow, projection, temporality, and transience. Chris, thank you so much, by the way, for traveling across the Atlantic to join us at the 10th edition of the Photography Symposium, and we are looking forward to your presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for having me here. This is my first time in the Czech Republic, and it has been remarkable so far. And I'm looking forward to talking to you about my practice today. One thing I would like to ask, though, is that the lights be turned down if possible. I know this sounds a little nitpicky, but I'm not the event here. I actually think that my work is what we're here to see, and it's quite subtle sometimes, and so hopefully we'll notice that through the presentation. My colleagues this week who are putting on presentations did such an amazing job of titling their lectures. I called mine an artist talk. My title disappeared. But I've had time to reflect, and I want to dedicate today's lecture to the topic of photography in the present tense. And as soon as my slides come up, we'll address said topic. Oh, lovely. And thank you for continuing to turn down the lights. Before I begin delving into my work, I like to start with these 3 slides by Mario Bettini from 1642. And I do so as a way of illustrating sort of the foundations of the camera obscura, which in Latin means nothing more than dark room. And I do this because partially I'm largely speaking to non-photography audiences, but even when my audience is photographically trained, I find that this is still a helpful reintroduction to what exactly the camera is and how exactly it works. And so here Bettini is showing sort of the basic apparatus. We have a dark room on the right-hand side, we have the sun on the left-hand side, and through a very narrow opening, the sun passes through. The top of the sun becomes the bottom of the image, the bottom of the sun becomes the top of the image. It's fairly rudimentary, no lenses involved. It's simply the action of how light passes by and through objects. The second etching in this series is the sun illuminating a soldier and the light bouncing off the soldier into the space. And you see again, feet above, head below. I could use just about any historical illustration to show you how the camera obscura works, but the reason I choose the Bettini work is because of this final slide. Rather than isolating the camera to a thing that happens in a certain place, a thing that's engineered for one time in one locality, he's trying to illustrate the fact that here we have 12 openings. And each one of those openings is accepting the light in the environment, and it's translating that light into 12 different images. The camera isn't something that you construct. You can construct it, but the camera is this potential in the environment for image making, this potential in the environment for image engagement, and that's where my project begins. This is a performance piece from 2013. And I'm going to start rolling it, and I'll let you, I'll speak over the video. This was a performance piece that I did twice, once for a live audience and once for the camera. This is the performance for the camera. And it unfolded like this. There was a bare light bulb, a bare CFL light bulb in a housing in the middle of the room. And I surrounded that apparatus with black tin foil, aluminum foil. And slowly, I would poke a hole in the foil to produce an image in the room. For every pinprick I put in the foil, a new image appeared in the room. When I performed this for an audience, I made one request of everyone. Don't photograph this. I wanted us to be within a place in which we were experiencing the mechanics of photography in real time, not because mechanics is my interest, but because it lets us into a different experience of the image. It lets us know that the image isn't something that we make in a discrete apparatus that we carry in our pocket and then send out to the world. Image is something that can be anywhere at any time. It can be in your home. It can be on your walks. It can be where you work. It's not so much a matter of does this happen, it's am I making the time to see it happen? What I wanted from this specific performance was to start out with that sort of pristine first image that we know of as the photograph, the one light bulb in the room. And then to slowly add light bulbs to it to the point where they started overlapping with each other. I titled this project From Picture to Room because I wanted it to be sort of this natural environment in reverse. We all know what it's like to walk into a room and flip on a light switch and just see what feels like bare, naked, featureless light surround us so that we can see the environment. Instead of acknowledging the fact that our environment is actually populated with pictures, and specifically an environment where there's only one light source, it's populated with pictures of the light source. It actually shapes the way things look. And so as this performance unfolds, as the apparatus is slowly destroyed to reveal the light bulb, the room itself seems to undulate with this overlay of image. When I did this as a performance, it lasted about 45 minutes. And it was very energetic and it was very loud. As you're sort of pricking the aluminum foil over and over again, it has a sound. When I did this for the camera, it was pinprick, walk back to my camera, take a picture. The first picture took about 20 minutes to record. Then walk back over, pinprick, 20 minutes to record. I spent 3 15-hour days in a gallery recording this. I really thought it would go quick. And by the end of the 3 days, I was actually required to get on a plane, fly off to Basel for my exhibition at the Vitra Design Museum. And I had to figure out, well, I've already put 3 days into this damn project. How do I finish it? And so what you'll find is me sort of congregating the little pinpricks in the center there until there literally was no time to spare, and we'll be coming up on that moment in a second. Instead of trying to completely destroy the apparatus, what I decided to do instead was to connect the dots in the center, just because. I find that with my practice, if I know what's going to happen too early in advance, I get quite bored with it. But if I create the conditions in which newness might be produced, that's what propels me to the next project. I'm actually going to go back in time here. What I'm doing currently, oh, forgive me. I always forget I'm wearing a mask when we do these things. My current project started on November 8th, 2008. It was my first semester of graduate school. I was working in a fairly traditional media. I made pictures in my camera. I printed them out on paper. I showed them inside, as printed media on walls. But the cameras I was making were very, very much concerned with visual perception, what it means to be a seeing body, and the distance between being a seeing body and being a photographing body, and trying to bridge that. And I found that I wasn't doing a very successful job. And I was given an assignment. It was called Fabricated to be Photographed. And I was to create something that had to be photographed and didn't have an afterlife. It wasn't a sculpture. It could be a performance. It could be an installation. It could be any number of things. But it had to disappear after the photograph was made. And so I didn't know what to do. That wasn't my thing. And so I decided to convert my bedroom into a camera obscura. I had been long attracted to the work of Abelardo Morel, And I thought that I would do this as an exercise. I didn't really think of it as artwork. I thought of it as an opportunity to investigate this form. And so that's what I did. I blacked out all the windows in my bedroom, and I cut a hole about the size of a coin into the plastic. And as soon as I finished doing that, in came my backyard into my bedroom. It was remarkable. It took no time at all. But I was photographing with film, and I set my film camera out up in the corner of my room, and I tried to photograph it. And because of reciprocity failure, an inability for light to register on film as it should in a normally metered time, it was garbage. 2-minute exposure, nothing on it. 2-hour exposure, nothing on it. After 2 weeks of living in this darkened space and living within this image space, I finally just opened the shutter in the morning and closed it at nightfall. And that one worked. But in the process of doing that, I had really habituated myself to living within this image space, and it got me thinking in new ways. And I actually started thinking one night, well, I've got the lights on inside my bedroom. It's bright in here now. Like during the day, it's bright outside and it's dark in here. Light comes in and makes a picture. Well, right now it's dark outside and it's light inside. I wonder if an image of my bedroom is actually projecting into the backyard. And so I ran outside, put my hand up to the hole in the window, and there was my bedroom on my hand. And I ran back inside, and I grabbed a floor lamp that was sitting in my living room, and I grabbed a pinhole camera made out of a paint can, and out came a light bulb. And I started laughing hysterically, because everything that I thought that I knew about the camera was wrong. The camera isn't a thing you construct and that you bring around with you in the world. The camera is a situation. It's an imperfect boundary between light and dark. And whenever you breach that boundary, an image will be produced, an image of any type, anywhere, anytime. And that boundary can shift. And from that realization, I started a project that was performative in some respects, that was sculptural in other respects, and eventually architectural. And that's what I'm going to focus on here. This project is called One Line Drawing, the video of my studio window. I had been working performatively with the camera for maybe about a year by this point. I was actually enacting the camera through my mouth, through my hands, through my limbs. And in that time, I started to become attuned to the light that was coming in my home. Here's the front door of my house. Light was coming through a crack in it, and I started looking at it and thinking, well, that light's structured. This is interesting. There's something happening here. And I actually started making drawings of that, sort of speculating about, well, what would happen if I did that on purpose in a controlled environment? And I wrote down at the time a cross between Maria Nordman and Gordon Matta Clark. And for those of you unfamiliar with these two artists, Maria Nordman was a light and space artist from the late 60s and early 70s who constructed spaces made out of walls just sort of arranged just so that light would come in and you would have this other experience of the environment. And Gordon Matta Clark cut buildings up to pieces. But I was thinking specifically about this piece called Splitting, where he simply took out a cross-section of the house and let one section of it fall a little bit. And I thought, well, what would happen if I did something like that? And then I immediately forgot about it. But when I was off drinking beers with friends at an artist residency in the Marin Headlands, I was actually there looking at this little gap in the wall, and I thought, that could be something. I mean, it doesn't really look like anything here, but I thought that could be something. And so I made this little doodle on my phone. This is, again, 2009. Phones were not nearly as sophisticated then. And I spoke to my sculpture professor, and I said, hey, I'm thinking about this idea where I'm going to put 2 walls up in my studio. I'm going to block the big window and just see what happens. And she's like, not someday. Start tomorrow. And I said, well, I can't afford that. And she said, we'll pay for it. And I said, okay. And so I went and talked to the person who ran the sculpture studio. He introduced me to SketchUp, at the time a Google program, a free Google program for drafting. And I drew up a little plan. I made up a cut list and executed it. The piece, forgive me, the piece is something like 5 to 6 meters tall here. And that's my friend Katie in there for scale. And I was very bad at doing this. I lived in this space. Again, this is my studio, and I was living in my studio at the time. I took a few weeks to construct it, and when it was over, I ended up with this thing. And this really has spurred the work I've been doing since then. I'm very much concerned with how we live with pictures. And so rather than performing them, rather than trying to create these discrete opportunities for experiencing it, I prefer to create things on architectural scale, because architecture is the scale at which we share. It's the scale at which we're in this room together. It's the scale at which we can perceive things, not necessarily in unison, but maybe in parallel, so that you and I can compare notes. This was up for almost a year. I got to watch the seasons change through this piece. And what's so interesting about it is that as light passes through a gap instead of, say, a hole, it actually becomes somewhat of an averaging machine, so that imagine instead of a long gap, imagine several thousand holes all just stacked on top of each other. And when those holes start to combine for a single image, that image is a linear image, so that things in the world that are vertical are present, things in the world that are horizontal are invisible. And as a person necessarily would walk through in front of this piece, they would be registered as this dark band of light that would fan from one side of the room to the other. And so it was this way of creating something that was both incredibly familiar, but also incredibly strange at the same time, to put yourself in a position that you could share a vision of the world with other people that was both familiar and unfamiliar, to help maybe complicate your sense of what it is you do as a seeing being. From that project, I did the first of what I consider to be my good works. It was in the same line, one-line drawing the ceiling of the Mills College Art Museum. This was my thesis project. And I knew that I wanted my thesis project to use the ceiling of the museum as its subject. And so I came into the process thinking, well, the ceiling is the content. What's the form? And I decided that I would create another slit installation where there would be a gap, again, somewhere around a 5 to 6 meter gap where one wall meets the ceiling, and see what happened. This is the model I created for the project. It changed a little bit in the making, but this is essentially what happened. I hired people to do this first project for me. Everything else I've done by myself. Well, at least I've directed it. But as I said before, this was a little bit of a speculation, like, will this work? And as they were building it, it was very, very validating to see that even when in these loose conditions with all the stuff in there and full of light, an image was being produced. And this is what ended up being created. It doesn't look like much, just a box. But as you walk through that hallway where the dark opening is, you exit through that door and into this space. All the surfaces are painted white. The only variation in here is light. In the morning, it looked something like this. Closer to noon, it looked like this. And at around 4 in the evening, it looked like this. What the space became was more than this image creator. It was more than a camera. It became this instrument for gauging what was happening in the gallery around us. So I was exhibiting with 9 other students. Each of them had arranged the lights outside to be just so. Many of them were presenting video, and you could hear the sound coming through. And so standing in this space, I was seeing both the ceiling illuminated by the sun. I was seeing the floodlights that were illuminating other people's artwork, and I was listening to people walk through the gallery and listening to videos playing in the gallery, so that it was kind of like entering this second body. Being in a space that is external from mine and yet feels like mine. Doesn't quite work like mine, and yet is complementary to it in many ways. And as the day progressed, the skylight grew dimmer, and at night, I was left with nothing but the incandescent floodlights that were illuminating everyone else's work. So there was constancy and there was change. I did many variations on that project over the next few years, but I found that what interested me was the challenge of unmaking the camera further. How could I arrange the camera in such a way that it would be more open, more accessible, and yet complicate notions of what a camera could be and how we could live with it. So I was invited to do a project in a house in 2012. The person who invited me was a real estate developer, but he was wanting to get into the arts. He was very much an art aficionado who had access to this building and no permits to reconstruct it. And so he invited a group of 9 artists in to do what they wanted with the house with one condition: you couldn't bring anything in. You could cut the house up, you could rearrange it, you could do anything you wanted structurally to the place, you simply couldn't add to it. And so I spent some time sitting in the space. I think that if it had been possible, I would have just constructed a new space in here. I would have put up new drywall, I would have made it very pristine, but that wasn't available to me. And so I sat in the space for a day and I really watched it, and I jotted down a bunch of notes, and the note that ends up being the one that turned into the project is the one that says diffraction grating. Remove windows and walls and replace with an open air grating. Internal motion study during the day, external point source motion study at night. That was as good as I could say about what this project would be. If it sounds loose and abstract, it absolutely is, and it means close to nothing. Nevertheless, I made a drawing of it. I had a form. I had a form and I had an environment, and the question was, what will the form do with the environment? This is what ended up becoming of the house. I tore out the entire facade, I took out the windows, and I scavenged throughout the house for more of the support for the plaster in it. That's the reddish wood that you see. And I'm going to play a short video here of what it was like over the course of one day, and I'll do this with the caveat. I'm not yet done, even though this was 2012, I'm not yet done processing the video. So this is a work in progress. I'd become so used to working with the slit as a form, and I knew how to anticipate to a certain degree what would happen, but it was as though this time I was working with a good 100 or so slits, and I was dividing them up. What would happen? And the result of this project that was sort of built on the principles of the camera obscura but not limited by them was that I created a space of meditation where the world didn't necessarily enter as image, it entered in as ambience. The color of the environment came through. The motion of the sun of the environment came through. Cars passing by, especially at night, came through. But what else came through was sound, weather. It was a space where you felt both inside and outside at the same time, and it created this sort of confusion between what was happening, a productive confusion, and a shareable confusion. Again, much of my work is dedicated to the notion of creating communal spaces, creating an opportunity for re-examining what it is your body does, and creating these opportunities for reorienting yourself to both place and time. The final in these slit works, the final in this sort of deconstruction of the camera works was titled Revolving Doors. I did it in 2015 in San Francisco, and it was executed at a time when I was feeling a lot of anxiety about living in the San Francisco Bay Area. Rents were spiking, people were getting dislocated, artists were leaving town, a lot of my friends were leaving town. And it was a time at which there was a lot of thinking about, well, what does it mean to be an artist here at this time? How can we afford to do this? And so I came to SF Camera Work on a hot day in August to look at the site and plan out an exhibition with no preconceived notions of what I would do. And I was just talking to some people. They were installing another show by Jessamine Level. And there was this drill sitting on the ledge there in the window, and this big pivot window. It just pivoted on its center axis, and a little bit of wind came by and blew the window open, and it started to twist around, and it was just about to knock that drill from the ledge there onto the floor, onto the street below, where people were gathered selling objects. This was an area of dispossession, one that's occupied by Twitter, and yet is the sort of locus for homelessness in San Francisco. So a very charged space, and this drill was about to launch down below and hit somebody sitting on the sidewalk. And I ran and I grabbed the window. And as soon as I grabbed the window, I knew exactly what this project was going to be. It was going to be a structure that was nothing but doors. Doors that pivot, doors that swing, doors that rearrange the camera at will, your will, and doors that potentially create harm. I'll talk more about that in a moment. Again, going to SketchUp, doing a drawing. I initially was going to have doors in the center. Again, this was to think about it as sort of like this interactive camera, something that you and anybody around you gets to rearrange at will to create a new vision of the space, but a vision that forgets itself, a vision that is cruel in some respects. And it ended up looking like this. I used the pillars of the building as support structures. I put in a new roof, and I added these sort of crate-looking doors. And this is how they were used. I'm going to play a short video here of me interacting with the space, and I'll talk to you a little bit more about what I got from the project and how it changed my thinking around dispossession in San Francisco. I fear that sound may not be coming through the speakers. It's okay, I'll turn it up here. This is the nighttime experience of the work. I set up 4 colored lights, and there was a 5th light on the street to create the images, or to create the light washes. It's hard to call these image anymore. And yet, that's exactly what I would say. Each door was constructed on a lone pivot. In the United States, we have these, and you may have them here as well, but most kitchen doors of a certain era are on these pivots to where you swing it open and it swings closed. I'm using the same hardware for this. I wanted the camera to be something that, if you left it alone, was a leaky box, which is essentially a not so kind description of the camera. It's nothing more than a leaky box. But if somebody had to enter the space, they had to breach the camera and in some ways destroy the image. It would be overpopulated with pictures at that point, useless pictures, imperceivable pictures. But at nighttime, with these other lamps around the room, it became this space for admixture, for seeing how different doors combine to create new experiences of the space. A person alone in the space could do whatever they wanted. And for me, this is where sort of the sociology of the space came into play. I could come in here and I could do whatever I wanted with it. Open a door, fling it open, fling in multiple doors. And I wasn't going to hurt anybody. And if I went in there with another person, that person and I could keep track of each other, and we could collaborate on how we opened it. I could open one door, they could open another. We could try to actually do something in there, to actually like pursue a type of experience. But as soon as you got a crowd in there, there was no way to do any of that. What you had to do is you had to walk up very cautiously and push the door open. There was sort of, I didn't have to tell anybody to do that, but we all sort of knew it, that if you wanted to be in this space and you wanted to be a good citizen, you had to do so with care. And so people would walk in gently, and they would create images gently. And for me, it became this this civil structure, this way of saying that when you're alone, you may do as you please. When you are in communion with people, you must beware. It was a play space, it was fun. But for me, these play spaces are always fairly serious in how they inform my practice and in what they tell me about photography. This was the last of these works. I haven't made a slit work since this. I imagine I may someday do it. But for me, the project was over. I had a good sense of what happened. I started at this point of the single pinprick, creating the single image, moving that out to the line, and moving it out further into sort of this ambiguity. And for this project, the last large project I did before COVID set in, I moved away from that singular line towards an array. I wanted to reimagine, well, if all of space is filled with pictures, and I've already sort of, for myself, exhausted what can happen through the slit, is there another form? Is there another form that can lead us into new knowledge? And I was invited to propose a project for a space in Bozeman, Montana. It was a former metalworking factory called Tinworks. And I knew as soon as I saw the interior pictures and saw that there was a metal roof, I knew exactly what I was going to do. Because in 2013, I had done a really small-scale project for a group exhibition at a space called Soma Arts in San Francisco. And Soma Arts is known amongst certain people who are interested in phenomenology. Soma Arts is known as being this unintentional camera obscura. There's these little holes in the building, and when sunlight passes through them, they create these round discs on the floor that shimmer with the heat of the building, the refraction of the atmosphere, and you can keep time by them. And I had always really been interested in the camera as a timekeeper. This is an image of the Meridiana at San Petronio, a basilica in Italy. And it's the first really successful installation of a pinhole camera into a cathedral. The Catholic Church wanted to know when to celebrate Easter, so they employed astronomers to come in and retrofit the largest buildings that they had, cathedrals, into these timekeepers so that they could accurately predict when Easter should be celebrated as a way of avoiding schism. It's wonderful. This is a short video taken from YouTube of San Petronio 2 days after the solstice, and you can see the disk of the sun moves rather quickly. And there's a straight line that's supposed to declare noon, and it runs diagonally through the space. And on the solstice, on the summer solstice, that disk of the sun should pass directly within that inscribed circle that you see above it. So it's just a bit off. No 2 days are the same. Light always passes through a window differently day to day. And we don't really have a measure for that. But when you try to create a precision instrument, when you try to turn a basilica into a precision instrument, things get weird. And so I pursued my own weirdness at Soma Arts. Instead of doing a single aperture that would mark the sun, which was already happening there, I decided to call greater attention to it. Instead of one, I would create something in hexagonal formation, 7 images. And in the morning, as you see on the left-hand side, in the morning, it's not projecting as far, and so the discs are smaller, and they seem to be sort of this loose affiliation of images. As they passed, and they did pass quickly, just like in the video, as they passed along the floor, they started to gather together. And in the evening, in that right-hand image you see there, the disc grew bigger and bigger until they started to create this really beautiful floret. With a good 24 other artworks in the space, my installation became the timekeeper of the space, a way of knowing locally what time it was, not not by the clock, not by what it said on your phone, not by appointments, but according to how the sun was oriented to your position in this building at this time. It was a very localized time. And that's what I was pursuing here at Tinworks in Montana. This was the floor plan, and I proposed to them to create something of my own cathedral. That would become the new room 3. We'd take out a whole bunch of walls, take out the ceilings, and create this open air chamber. And it would look something like this. Again, I returned to SketchUp. It's a good way for me to visualize, but it's also a really great way for me to communicate to other people. Look at what this is. This is what you want. I made a site trip there because if you're going to do a large-scale installation like this, you better know what you're doing. And I use a tracking app for the sun called Sunseeker, and I wanted to know what could I expect? Where would the sun be? And luckily for me, the building was built on a strict east-west axis. Oh, they were so kind. Which enabled me to create a very sort of symmetrical space. I spent the next few days testing out my ideas and testing out aperture size as I stood on a big ladder and drilled holes in the ceiling, trying to figure out, well, what's the perfect size opening? What's the perfect distance between openings? How do I want to do this? And I left home with a good sense of how I wanted to arrange my ceiling. To do this accurately, because I'm nothing if not accurate, or at least precise. I might not be accurate, but I'm very precise. We can figure out where the difference is there later. I decided that I would create these guides that would go up in the metal ceiling that I would use to plot my imagery. And there ended up being 368 of these plottings for roughly, square feet. I am so sorry, everyone. Maybe 1,000 square meters, if I'm doing the math. To create approximately 10,000 holes. With the help of a handful of local workers, we put these pieces of paper up with magnets on the ceiling and just drilled it by hand. It took almost 2 whole weeks to do it. It was exhausting, and it was so fun. Because even after the first day of work, when there were maybe no more than 200 holes up in the ceiling, you could see that this was going to work, and you could see how it was going to behave. And that's where I'm going to leave off here. I'm going to show you a time-lapse video of this, this piece in motion, and I'll talk a little bit more about time. Would it be possible to kill the lights entirely at this point? Thank you. My main concern with my practice is creating spaces for embodied encounter. I want people to be in contact with these camera phenomena. And I call them camera phenomena, but really what we're talking about is the potential for light to create image within the found environment. It really is more about reorienting our experience of the ordinary space and time. But when it comes to sort of these documents of time and space, I try to use a medium that allows me to have a different type of access. So here I've been lecturing to you the past 30, 40 minutes about spaces that are to be experienced in person, and yet you're not experiencing them in person. You are sort of getting these secondhand reports about it through pictures, through video, through the telling. But the place in which you do have firsthand experience is in these time-lapse videos I create, because they give you a different type of access to the work. They let you commune with it across wide swaths of time as though it's happening almost instantaneously. You get to occupy a type of time that is extra human. And that for me is sort of my thrill with the documentation. The space itself is the event. but I can't bring you to the space. The space no longer exists. It was up for 2 years, it's gone. There was something to be in that space and to wear these images of the sun and to see the shimmer of sunlight as the roof radiated heat. But what you couldn't have in that space, what you couldn't experience firsthand, was this sense of trajectory. How does the space unfold? And here we get to see how the space unfolds on one specific day. If I'd shot this any other day, it would look not completely different, but markedly different. If I showed it side by side, markedly different. And instead here we got to watch the sun set in the west and rise in the east, just as the cameras want to do, everything inverted. That's the end of my talk. For more information, go to my website. There's more projects up there, and if you'd like to know more about Cranbrook Academy of Art and the type of work I do there, please visit the website.
Thank you, Chris. This is a good moment to take some questions from our audience. Chris, there was one thing that person that you mentioned in your presentation, which is Gordon Matta Clark. And well, a long time ago, I've been really interested in his work because there's a connection between Antwerp and New York and Gordon Matta Clark. He made a building in 1977 called Office Baroque, which was very dangerous to enter, as many of his works were. But there is something that you mentioned, like creating communal space, that I feel is also very much true for the work of Gordon Matta Clark. Can you say something about that? Maybe?
Sure. I'm really attracted to the work of Gordon Matta Clark. His practice is, to reference this back for those of you who are watching, the building that had the split down the center and seemed to be teetering halfway, it was sort of just cleaved in half. Gordon Matta Clark creates these beautifully reckless spaces where he's taking found environments, abandoned buildings he either has permission to cut up, or buildings that are so underwanted that he can go in there, cut it up, and nobody cares. And it reorients your ability to think about, well, what is a building? How do we navigate it? What does it mean? What does it mean to go up a staircase if halfway up the staircase part of it's missing? It's this really, it creates these embodied like confrontations to where you don't just think, oh, dangerous. You kind of feel like, will I get hurt? And the spaces are, for me, they're inspirational. I tend not to. I think early in my career, I was very influenced by many photographers, and as I started working within this more architectural space, there wasn't anybody within photography to really speak to my new needs. And I looked at people like Matta Clark as a permission giver. What would it mean to slice up a building? I actually did a project in 2013 where I did kind of this diagonal cut down this, up this ramp. It used to be a morgue. A morgue turned into a gallery, and people would wheel the stretchers, the body stretchers up, and I created this sort of swath that sort of reoriented people's experience of place. Again, we get so habituated to our spaces as they are constructed. They permit for ease of use, but they don't permit for the type of reflection that maybe they merit. And so for me, the work of Matta Clark is this way of saying, look again, it's here. Yes, he makes the cuts, and yes, the cuts feel like the art, but in a certain way, the cuts are just a way of pointing back and of saying, what are we doing with space? How are we neglecting space? How are we keeping space? And this might be an awful misreading of his work, but it's one I find very productive.
Yes, thank you. Any more? Yeah.
Hi, Chris.
Hey.
I wanted to know about the cross between like mediums, thinking about presentation of the artwork, because obviously everything we saw is a site-specific installation slash performance, but obviously also video art when it's like past the time of the site-specific exhibition. So I'm just wonder how, when you translate it into, I guess, commodity, how is that work for you? Like, I think it's interesting in the context of art school and
Yeah.
mediums.
I will say that I'll address the commodity question first. Poorly, it translates poorly into commodity. I'm a project-based artist. I find that my income, when it doesn't come from teaching, comes from commissions. It comes from project stipends, honoraria. That is how I fund my practice. Maybe a couple years after grad school, I actually got to the point where I said, I'm not going to go into any more debt for my work. It has to be paid for. And that became my bar of success of, can I keep doing this? I can? Success. As far as being an exhibiting artist, I find that the work that's most successful in spaces are the installations. Because again, they address audiences. They are for people. They're about, when they are successful, they reorient people's experience not of what I think, but of places they think they already know. And what happens through the documentation is it becomes this vicarious experience, a way of saying, you weren't there, you didn't experience it, but I'm going to ask you to use your imagination to be with it. And so for me, the videos and the photographs are a way of saying, if you could have been here, this may have been what it was like. I will say that the photographs come across as sensational, where in real life they feel uncanny. Yes, they're strange and sensational, but there's also this sense of absolute ordinariness about them that does not come through in the photographs. I think that is the sort of fatal quality of my documentation, is that it never quite captures the sense that this is ordinary.
Like photography.
Photography elevates. It always, it takes what is or has been and it says this is important, no matter what the thing is.
It's true.
And what I can't capture through photography is the notion of this is also not important. And that kills me. But that's the way it goes.
Thank you. Now, the reason I ask, because I obviously saw your work online, but not seeing the process and not being able to be in the space, obviously, is a very different experience of what I'm looking at.
It is absolutely different, and I find that the only way I'm really comfortable with letting my work out into the world this way is really through the narrative. And I think it's best done through a talk like this, because I can contextualize and I can say, hey folks, I know this looks really like kind of quasi-magical. It is and it isn't in person. And you have to sort of try to integrate that into something that makes sense. And I don't believe it does, because I believe that this is something that absolutely must be experienced firsthand.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you once again, Chris.
Thank you.
Maybe tonight we should speak with Wojciech about drilling about 10,000 holes in the roof of the faculty. We can do it in the weekend. We have plenty of students available.
The only reason they let me do that is because they were going to demolish the site. Nobody was ever going to give me that kind of permission again. I was like, oh, please give me this. You want to give me this.
I think we can get you a permission in Pilsen for this. Thank you once again, Chris Fraser. Thank you. Our next guest is visual artist, philosopher, and art theorist Eva Bobrowska. She is assistant professor at the Academy of Fine Arts in Warsaw. She holds a PhD in contemporary philosophy from the philosophy department at the University of Warsaw, and a PhD in fine arts from the University of Arts in Poznan. and she conducted her postdoctoral research at the University of California in Irvine. Eva Bobrowska's book on UCI, the University of California, Irvine, Critical Theory and Contemporary Art Practice, Jacques Derrida, Jean-François Lyotard, Bruce Nauman, and others, was published in 2020 by Peter Lang Press, Berlin. She is the author of Para-Theory, Irvine School of Criticism, Polish Academy of Sciences Institute of Literary Research Press, 2013, and the editor-in-chief of an anthology of California critical theory, which appears in the Polish language. Eva is also an academic member of Athens Institute of Education and Research, a review board member of Athens Journal of Humanities and Arts, an honorary editorial board member of Journal of Aesthetics and Philosophy of Culture at the University of Bucharest. And she should be online. Eva and I actually met several weeks ago when I was in Warsaw to promote the Butterflies Don't Live in the Ghetto project, and also the Boundaries Time Photography Symposium and Exhibitions, two projects we agreed to collaborate on. And in the exhibition of Boundaries Time, Eva Bobrowska has two works on display. One is the essay Jean-François Lyotard and Derrida's Space-Time Continuum of the Kantian Sublime, presented in the Nova Scene Gallery in Prague as a 9 meters long table installation. And another work is called Prison Time, presented in our gallery here in Pilsen. Eva's presentation will focus on the notion of imprisonment, isolation, the analysis of time perception, as well as on vanitas, death and forgiveness as the extreme experiences probing the boundaries of philosophical thinking, with reference to Jacques Derrida's critique of the social institution of the death penalty in the context of the writings of J. Hillis Miller, Martin Heidegger, Donna Haraway, and Richard Rorty. Let's wait a couple of seconds maybe for Eva to come online.
Good morning.
Good morning, Eva. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes. Good morning. Good morning, everyone.
Great.
Good morning, gentlemen. I'm Eva Bobrowska from the Academy of Fine Arts in Warsaw. And first of all, I would like to thank Jan for his kind invitation to take part in this symposium. It's a great honor for me to speak here. I will speak today about time imprisoned. Let me present it to you. Can you see it? Yes. Okay. So my presentation will relate to my photo images entitled Prison Time, exhibited in Ladislav Sutnar Gallery in Pilsen. They depict the space of Polish prisons in Warsaw, which is now secret, hidden from the public eye because of the recently introduced stricter formal restrictions, which ban anyone from entering the prison space. Therefore, the prison time is the time completely excluded from the normal everyday flow of life. The perception of time in prison differs sharply. The extreme example of the so-called prison time perception happens in the case of the life sentences or the death penalty, which is the main topic of Jacques Derrida's The Death Penalty Seminars, of which I will be also talking today. Both of those situations, life imprisonment and the death penalty, involve an element of death as a complete exclusion from the ordinary flow of life, events, and the role of the individual in the public life of a society. Therefore, the topic of death, or the experience of approaching final death as the irrevocable end of individual time, will be of interest to me in this lecture. In reference to my prison time images exhibited here, I would also like to present, perhaps right now at the beginning, my installation that focuses on the topic of the perception of time spent in prison and the death penalty seminars of Jacques Derrida. This installation has been exhibited at Gallery Trafostacja Sztuki in Szczecin. This is, and in Zachęta National Gallery of Art in Warsaw. It is composed of the following parts: photo and video documentation from the Investigation Detention Center at Rakowska Street and the prison Warsaw Synthetics. Video documentation from Long Beach, California, the place related to the biography of Jacques Derrida, where actually the philosopher wrote and delivered the death penalty seminars. Then the documentation of the installation was recorded at the so-called Cytadela, the 10th Pavilion in Warsaw, and the Investigation Detention Center at Rakowska Street in Warsaw. The installation includes also the audio, the Freedom Song by young Belarusian artists, a group called Yikuan from Belarus. The textual part of this installation is based on the death penalty lectures by Jacques Derrida. There are also passages from Shakespeare's Hamlet and John Donne's Holy Song. So I hope I will be able to present it to you right now. So my installation was recorded in a cell in which the death penalty was carried out in the investigation detention center Krakowiecka. And this installation is based on a visual reflection on the death penalty, inspired by the philosophical treatise of Jacques Derrida entitled The Death Penalty. The work is composed of a video projection rotating on the walls of a cell, and it is accompanied by an original soundtrack composed and recorded for the purpose of this project. This work, a film etude, is an experimental presentation of a philosophical treatise of the philosopher Jacques Derrida in the visual form. It explores the notion of death penalty, vanitas, the time of death, and forgiveness in the light of Jacques Derrida's critique of the social institution of death penalty in his seminars on this topic, with reference to the thought of Phyllis Miller, Martin Heidegger, Donna Haraway, and Peter Troll. My installation is an artistic narrative, existential lamentation over death, which visually comments on the lectures of Jacques Derrida. The work is a metaphorical visual tale inspired by the reflection on Derrida's texts. based on the search for authentic performances. It is a visualized internal monologue lament about the paradox of death penalty and the impossibility of dying. It contains authentic materials made by the author, especially for the purpose of this project. Video and photos showing the prison space from Służewiec prison in Warsaw and the original photograph of the cells in which death penalty was carried out from the investigation detentions in Rakowicka. Now, one of the formal execution cells served as a gym for prisoners for some reason. The documentation of the installation was completed and projected on the walls of Warsaw Citadela and the investigation center at Rakowicka. The film material is also based on the documentation of places where Derrida, the philosopher, worked on his lectures. The landscapes of the solar eclipse and the ocean coast were filmed, recorded in Long Beach, California, where Derrida stayed at the time when he was writing the lectures. Thus, the installation is a record of my philosophical and artistic quest, the documentation of a journey through the maze of philosophical reasoning, the prison cells, to the coast of California, to the last home of Jacques Derrida. It seems remarkable that the last subject taken up by this prominent contemporary philosopher, which is in a sense the final conclusion of his philosophical reflection, were the lectures where he which he held at Sorbonne in France and the University of California in Irvine in the US. Because the history of both countries, that is France and the US, with which Derrida was also associated, is not free from the practice of execution. The recurring theme of a chair in my installation is an allusion to the famous American invention in the field of criminal law, that is, an electric chair. Let me stress one more time, the mercy of death is time-related and private, as long as it remains unpredictable, illogical, unschematized, unmechanical, uncontrolled by the human reason. Although it is unavoidable and constitutes the only certain event in human history, its value of hope always relies on its unpredictability and the possibility of time delay. The theme of capital punishment is not a frequent topic, both in art and philosophy. The archetypal figure of a heroic martyr of truth, a misunderstood philosopher unjustly sentenced to death by law and the democratic society, has been established by the fate of Socrates and his execution. Preliminary reflection on the death penalty can be found in the Ethics of Immanuel Kant, George William Friedrich Hegel, Friedrich Nietzsche, John Locke, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau. However, an in-depth philosophical analysis of this subject appears in the recent lectures by Jacques Derrida, published in English in 2013 by the University of Chicago Press. This is the last word, you can say, and the last will of Derrida, the final ethical message of the anti-institutional and humanistic thought of this contemporary philosopher, resulting from the traumatic experiences of the 20th century. It seems significant that the last subject taken by this prominent contemporary philosopher of international authority concerns the deconstruction of the current model of social justice. The places, as I said, where he held his lectures on the death penalty are also significant. The Sorbonne in France and the University of California in Irvine the US, since the history of both countries is not free of practices of executions. In Derrida's argument, particular emphasis is placed on the figure of those who have been wrongfully convicted and sentenced to death by the society. This figure, which is based on the public trials and executions of martyrs like Socrates, Jesus, Joan d'Arc, Persian mystic Al-Halai, plays a unique role in modern culture and philosophy. Emphasizing the frightening descriptions of the public theater of cruelty, Derrida points to the absurdity and legitimacy of the death sentence. So he also makes references to the writings of the first French theologians of the abolition of the death penalty, Montesquieu and Camus, in his reflections on the guillotine. Moreover, he notes that the social justice of ancient Greece was more humane because it granted the condemned the liberty of choosing the time, the exact moment of death. And in this way, it did not additionally impose the terror of time upon the convict. The paradox of contemporary politics is, as Derrida observes, the presence of the death penalty in the legislation of two oppositional superpowers, the US and the Iran. The difference between the two nations is the difference in the use of anesthesia, Derrida says. In other words, the practice of death penalty applies to both countries, although the American version is a bit more merciful because it includes the application of pain prevention drugs. Curiously, Derrida argues the aesthetics and therefore also art is close in its historical function to anesthetic, in its function of calming down the social will. In his argument, Derrida repeats the previous question about the possibility and at the same time the need to forgive the unforgivable from his text on cosmopolitanism and forgiveness. It is a challenging task that the post-humanism of the 21st century will have to face. Cruelty is not a good response to brutality, and the course of history abounds in paradoxical meanders, as Derrida argues. If Louis XVI had abolished the death penalty, his head would have been saved, Derrida says. The logic of the unforgivable, well grounded in politics, in the value of social justice and vengeance, should never be the validation of truth in a heterogeneous society based on a multiplicity of unrelated and rarely intersecting discourses and narrations. Derrida, Lyotard, and Roei claim that the universal susceptibility to suffering, as well as the narrations of mercy and forgiveness, are the landmarks on the path to the ideal of social solidarity. That is, in Donna Haraway's approach, Donna Haraway's approach should also encompass all living species. The mercy of death is time-related and private, as long as it remains unpredictable, illogical, unschematized, unmechanical, uncontrolled by the human reason. Although it is unavoidable and constitutes the only certain event in human history, its value of hope always relies on its unpredictability and the possibility of time delay. The famous Scheherazade figures symbolizes the ability of narration, language, speculation, and imagination to postpone death, the time of death. Talking, giving seminars, writing philosophy, writing criticism, writing poetry, or creating art are all forms of the postponement of death, says Miller. That's why all narrative, creative forms of writing, such as fiction, theory, philosophy, etc., are inherently against capital punishment. This is the case of famous Camus reflections of the guillotine. Philosophy of Foucault, Derrida, Nietzsche, Locke, Montesquieu, and Rousseau. With regard to the theme of abolition in art and cinema, one should mention contemporary movies such as American Green Mile. In art, Bruce Naumann's artworks on the topic of torture prisons, Francisco Goya's The Disasters of War, Delacroix's paintings, or paintings of a Polish painter, Andrzej Wróblewski's, his famous shootings. Both painting, storytelling, and philosophical speculation are mystical forms of time delay and of coping with the fear of death, overcoming the unconscious death drive, according to Freud. The language of art and writing opposes the language of law in this respect, while imagination contrasts logic, reason, and social justice on this issue. Once death becomes a part of social, judicial, and political systems, it becomes systematized as a result of various regulations and law. When the society and its order regulate the administration of the death penalty, the system may resemble the machinery of death, within which there is always the place for doubt and mistake. The mechanism of death penalty deprives the convict of an essential feature of the human condition, that is the undecessibility of the time and the instant of death. Because the moment of one's death is secret, never decided, it always allows for the arrival of future. One's horizon of being is always open to the future time to come, to use Derrida's wording. The death penalty takes away this perspective. The calculability and the fixity of the event of death makes it a systematized automatic procedure. David Willis says that the technology of death penalty is calculated by machines of law, social order, clock, and time. In this way, the society gains the inhuman power to control and decide between the flow of life and the decay and annihilation of death. Exercising this kind of ultimate authority and power requires wisdom and maturity. But we may think about it, if as societies, we are mature enough to decide on the final existential matters. Are we able to distinguish and precisely separate justice, security, and politics? Death occupies its place in history, although it always remains imperceptible and beyond the present time. Death is always an ultimate and uncanny estrangement, the other, an interval that disjoins present and future, justice and hope. It can never be a matter of first-hand experience. You can experience everything up to the time, moment of death, the edge of life, but not the death itself, says Miller. And from this perspective, one should look at and reconsider the past. The edge of life and time is a privileged point of view towards which one progresses. From this point of view, the edge of life, the final time, the 0 point, a crossing point of the vectors of life and death, one should look at life's finality and life events. It is the point at which we can welcome yesterday and the other, the point of the ultimate forgiveness, of the unforgivable and the filter of truth. Life as a repetitive re-experience and the receiving of yesterday, the past anticipated in the future as a remedy to the awareness of the finality of the human condition. In his last unpublished seminars, Derrida claims, and the other would say to me, and I would say to the other, since I always run for the dear life, toward death, after yesterday. Yesterday will always be to come, not tomorrow, in future, but to come in front of me, there in front before yesterday. This is a quotation from Pilsen. These statements are an expression of a very personal experience of time and perhaps an anxiety of death. Yesterday is the time that has been given an individual trait, personalized, my time. The future is unknown, unnamed, the disturbing other to be welcome and colonized who rushes towards me to devour me like death, Pilsen says. Consequently, and paradoxically, the subject of the capital punishment does not exist. If it exists, it has not undergone the punishment yet. And if I underwent the punishment, it does not exist. I do not exist any longer. What does death mean from the point of view of the personal perspective? Has anyone ever been dead so that he or she can describe it? Nevertheless, most of our significant artistic and philosophical masterworks are concerned with death. It is enough to mention Shakespeare, Goya, and Dostoevsky. In Hamlet, the famous scene that relates to the topic of death is the scene in the graveyard. The punishment of death is ironically discussed there in the context of social orders and the machinery of order, power, and law, because the skulls found on the cemetery by Hamlet, Horatio, and two clowns may belong one to a politician, courtier, and the other one to the lawyer. In the face of death, law loses its dignity and authority and the license for truth. The logic and narration of the game of law prove in Hamlet as unreliable and deceitful as any other discourses. Hamlet says, why may not be the skull of a lawyer? Where be his quiddities now, his quillets, his cases, his tenures, and his tricks? Why does he suffer his rude knave now to knock him about the scones with the dirty showers, and will not tell him now of his actions of battery? This ironic remark is preceded by an equally grotesque and mock commentary concerning the current fate of a politician. Why then so? And now my lady once chapless and knocked about the method with a sexton spade. Here's fine revolution, and we had the stick to see. Did the bones cost no more the breeding, but to play the lodges with them? The punishment of death applies in Hamlet's graveyard, first of all, to those who are responsible representatives of the machinery of social order, the politician and the lawyer, and the landowner. Most importantly for my argument, Hamlet's example demonstrates the reverse ironical image of the spectacle of the death penalty, in which the lawyer and the politician, thus the representatives of the deadly system of social justice, become the victims, and the gravediggers, two clowns, those condemned to the most unwanted profession, the outcasts of the society, become the spectators. Those who contemplate the spectacle of death. The most humorous and ironic parts of Hamlet take place in this graveyard. So as if to cover emptiness with storytelling, because to phrase a phenomenon or time of death that is unspeakable in itself, one can only resort to ironic distance, lamentation, or silence. The second hypothesis concerning this skull relates to wealth and possession. In this way, in Hamlet, death subverts all social and logical orders and divisions, even between truth and lie, or justice and injustice, authority and derision, the citizen and the outcast. The second issue that seems to be alluded to in Hamlet is the right to burial. In his laws, Kant grants the state the right to death penalty and states that a culprit shall be cast out beyond the borders without burial. In Hamlet's graveyard, it is just the opposite. The social outcasts that dig the lawful citizens out of, they dig the lawful citizens out of their graves. In this way, Hamlet presents an inverted version of Kant's social laws. Derrida draws attention to cruelty inherent in the capital punishment, from poisoning, burning at stake, shooting down, hanging, beheading, to the most concealed and the most invisible, the most sublimely mechanism, torture, being never in no case anything other than a piece of theatrical, spectacular, or even voyeuristic machinery. This machinery operates and drives history of humanity, the history of techniques for politicizing and making war, military techniques, but also medical, surgical, anesthesia techniques for administering so-called capital punishment, says Derrida. The spectacle and the spectacle are required. The state must and also wants to see the condemned die. In this way, the state reaffirms and confirms its power. It sees itself, says Derrida, because the death penalty is, in some sense, the essence of the absolute authority of what Derrida calls the order of the hegemony of the state. Last but not least, an interesting hypothesis about the role of philosophical death drive in a society is proposed in Male Fantasies by Klaus Teveland. According to this view, an increase in politically sanctioned and imposed violence and cruelty should be linked to the absence or a decreasing role of women in a social life and politics. The red waves in the form of war crimes and murders, but also rigoristic and brutal state rules, represents the suppressed male desire for the intense sexual and emotional contact with the other sex. When experiencing deprivation in this aspect, the instinctual desire, libido, finds an outlet in increasingly cruel political actions and oppressive public systems. The figure of a woman as a social guarantee of mercy and forgiveness, as an ironist in this case, could also be found in contemporary philosophy, of course, of Richard Rohr. In this approach, the central principle of an intellectual, erudite, private, ellipsis, ironist, and paradigmatic figure of a critic, literary, according to Rorty, but also social in a broader sense, is to avoid cruelty towards others. Rorty's ideal political system is an intellectual democracy or an enlightened democracy, since it is knowledge, intellect, reason, and education that prevent cruelty in Rorty's society. The condemnation of cruelty and the fear of suffering are the most dependable community ties in this field. They also guarantee the human course of technological and political progress of communities towards more peaceful and more mercy-based societies. The common bond that unites all humans in Rorty's view and in all beings in Donna Haraway's approach is the susceptibility to suffering, as well as we all inhabit bodies made of flesh. We all share suffering. We can all suffer, and in this way, what we all know and should understand, and this is what we all know and should understand and avoid. The Jewish and Christian commandments that state that one should not hurt the other person in the light of Haraway's philosophy encompass also all human and also non-human beings. We should also understand animals' pain in the most literal way. She draws attention, she draws upon the example of a mouse that serves as an experimental laboratory breast cancer model and argues, whenever I agree to her existence and use or not, she, the mouse, the onco mouse, suffers physically, repeatedly, and profoundly, that I and my sisters might do. It is tempting to see my sister onco mouse as a sacrifice. Haraway said. We owe a significant debt to animals. They share our sensitivity, interact with us, they have feelings that fill up their existence. Derrida was also one of the first philosophers that assigned a philosophical status to animal existence. The other in whose eyes I exist is for Derrida certainly, of course, a human being, but also an animal, a cat. The other common experience of all living creatures is, again, death and time. And it's annihilating, but at the same time, unifying power. Heidegger's philosophy, to refer to Heidegger at the end of this lecture, so Heidegger's philosophy as a meditation and in-depth analysis of being itself also takes account of the relation of being to time and death. Dasein denotes a being that is concerned with the status and the problem of being as such. The famous question asked in his introduction to metaphysics is, why are they beings at all instead of nothing? This question throws light at the deep fundamental realm that precedes being itself, from which being springs out, which provides a deep foundation. Notably, Heidegger says that we should not focus this question on the human being solely. The question of death is nothing else but the mirror image, the reversal of the ultimate question he poses: why is there nothing instead of being?
Eva, can you still hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm
Thank you
sorry
very much.
to.
Right, that's the end of my lecture. Thank you.
No, yeah, I'm sorry that I have to maybe cut you short, but we are a bit late in our time, and I'm looking at our audience after your speech to maybe find a potential question for you.
Yes, that's the end of my lecture. Thank you. It also included some presentation of my video project. I hope you could see it well.
Well, if you don't mind, I have a question about your video, the death
Yes.
chamber, because, well, I was thinking you studied art and philosophy, and this is also your main practice, I would say. And There is something you mentioned called the visual and philosophical reflection on imprisonment versus, well, this is what I want to add, like, in some way I sort of looked at it as a maybe a vanitas painting, the video of, or even the experience of being in the artwork, the death chamber. So if it is a visual and philosophical reflection on imprisonment, how do you
also the death penalty, right? I think it's also a reflection on time.
Yes, yes, yes. And how do you sort of like retroactively see the connection back to real life imprisonment, injustice, wrongfully convicted people also sentenced to death, sort of like in a sort of art after philosophy type of thinking?
Well, I meant this piece of video to be also not only a reflection on this topic, but also somehow a reflection of the final, of something that, of the reflection of somebody who actually may experience, right, imprisonment, right, or the final time, or the time of death, right? This is why this is rotating around the cell, right, as if, this thoughts rotating around in somebody's head, right? The last images that he or she can see, right? So that was my intention, right? To, as if give also something that would reflect the state. I don't know if this answers your question.
Yes, and can you say something about the? You mentioned the audio of that artwork is a Belarus freedom song, I believe. What's the reason to choose specifically that music?
Well, the reason is quite simple, also political in this case, because Belarus is the only country in Europe who still has and administered the death penalty, right? So that's why I chose, this was even before the conflict, right, which is happening right now at the Polish-Belarusian border. But I rather meant, right, this law, right, their system, so, right, that the death penalty is still very much part of this system in Belarus as the only country in Europe.
Thank you, Eva. Any more questions from our audience? Okay, thank you once again, Eva, and we will actually hear. Thank you so much for being part of our symposium. And we will take a short break, like 15-20 minutes. Don't go too far, please. We will resume in 20 minutes approximately with Tina Frank. And we have some lunch for you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, good afternoon, live audience and people at home. We can now welcome our next guest of the Symposium Boundaries Time, Tina Frank. Tina Frank lives and works in Linz and Vienna, and she's an Austrian designer, artist, and professor at the University of Art and Design in Linz, where she heads the Department of Visual Communication at the Institute for Media. She collaborates with musicians to create audiovisual performances and installations that have been presented at Ars Electronica in Linz, the Centre Pompidou in Paris, ICC in Tokyo, among other venues. Tina Frank established SplaceMagazine.at for the University of Art and Design Linz as an explorative and playful communication tool that investigates possibilities of publications, exhibitions, and media formats. Her focus in teaching is on data visualizations and synesthetic experimentation. For more than 25 years, she has been engaged in the translation of sound structures into visually perceptible experiences. Technology is omnipresent in artistic and pop musical processes. Both as listeners, as technicians, and researchers, we are involved in the act of arranging and recombining. It is a technical apparatuses that define processes and provide sound and moving images. You shape the tools, and the tools shape you. In her talk, Tina will explore the question of whether and how the technically new becomes perceptible in aesthetic translations, and in which way the interplay of technical and aesthetic innovation is expressed. Tina, thank you so much for your involvement in our project Boundaries Time. You are not only participating in the symposium and the exhibition, but you also conducted a workshop yesterday with several of our students. And you will also do a performance at the opening in our gallery, which is tonight. We are looking forward to your presentation. Hello.
Okay. Thank you. Hello. Yeah. Okay. Now you can hear me. Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to the photography symposium Boundaries Time. This talk is not talking about time per se, but I want you to see how I work with time or time-based media. Let's see it like this. And this talk wants to zigzag. How to zigzag? Wants to zigzag between images and sound, between digital and analog techniques, between, let's say, print and screen, maybe also between times, like what was, what is. I cannot talk about the future. I can only dream about it. Yeah? But jumping from here to there and from thought to thought, I would like to spin a thread and knit a web of images. So, since I'm really working a lot with musicians and I do not make music, I usually like to start chapters in my talks about or with titles of music tracks. In this case, this is a title of Jim O'Rourke, who is very famous artist in the improv scene and in the electronic scene. And very quickly, I would like to tell you, like, what is my background? Where do I come from? I'm a graphic designer, or maybe I was a graphic designer, and I use images and text in combination to communicate. I'm definitely not a photographer, but I call myself an image maker. So when I started my business in I think 1995, I shared my studio with musicians who also just started their own business, which was the Viennese electronic music label Mego. And ever since then, I would go about my practice and think in terms of music, in terms of a time-based art. So when I say I'm a graphic designer who turned image maker and uses time to produce images on a time-based scale, then it comes from the interaction or from talking and discussing with musicians. And then it comes also from the fact that I was very much interested in the conceptual part of the music making. What is it? What thoughts, what principles, what ideas they are using or they are driven by in order to make their music. And I wanted to find ways of, let's say, translating or perusing or interpreting for my own image making. So when I say I'm an image maker, I use light to throw images at you via projections and via screens. So maybe this way of using light as a throwing away to people is the connection to photography. And when I was a young designer, I used to say, I want you to fall into my pictures and stay with them. And in retrospect, I think I was trying to create immersive experiences without creating interactive installations. Today in my artistic practices, I'm working with musicians creating live performances or making data visualizations together with scientists and programmers. So data visualizations, this is not really a data visualization, or it could be, or you could see it as a data visualization. It is these are diagrammatic approaches to music, because these are static images, but they come from music. They are basically visualizations with music recorded, and then looking at the whole musical or video piece from left to right gives you an overview of the full video. So these are all stills that are together on a two-dimensional plane and show you time in one image. So this is what I really like about static images. Like being a graphic designer, I work with two-dimensional images. I used to create two-dimensional images, things that were printed, and to look at something that is printed or to look at something that communicates in a static two-dimensional way means it takes time to look at it. Yeah, you start somewhere that is big, probably red, and then you start exploring everything else that is on the page, on the poster, on the magazine, whatever. And this time it takes you to look at things is also some kind of time-based way of looking at things. So when we talk about, or when I think about my artistic process of working together with musicians, I play live, and it is a lot about live. So what is live? Basically everything you say, everything you sing, everything you paint, you write, you produce, happens in the very moment. It is live, yeah? And it is there for everybody to experience. Right now, everything I talk, you hear, and I have to be aware that I'm also like in the internet, everybody, the whole world can see me now. This is frightening because I could say something that is wrong or that is whatever, it could fall back to me. But I'm brave. I don't mind if I say something wrong. You can bash me afterwards, or we can discuss things. It's live, yeah. So it happens right now in the moment. This is engaging. So I want to. This is one of my very early works from, what was it, 1996? Yeah. Peter Rehberg, who was one of the founders of the Mego label, he created his first solo album, which was called 7 Tons for Free, and it was immediately compared also with other musical milestones from that age, like Ryoji Ikeda's famous plus/minus album. Both records, the one from Ikeda and the one from Peter, were outstanding in their incredible digital quality. The sounds were completely produced without any analog means. It was all done on computers. And this is also like how it felt like, or what it sounded like. Very crisp, harsh ticks and talks and clicks, and yeah, so very digital sounds. And I made this cover, and everybody asked me like, why do you make such a warm, brown, earthly tone cover to a music that is completely digital, that is just made out of zeros and ones, basically? And I later realized that what I was trying to communicate with this cover was more the feeling that surrounded the way how we were working in the studio, how everybody was there, mingling, coming together. We met in the evenings. We met, lots of friends came by. So and still everybody was making crazy digital music, but it didn't feel like this making of music and the whole process and the discussions and meeting with people didn't feel digital, of course. It felt very warmly. And so when then we decided to make a video to one of the tracks from the record, I thought like, okay, yeah, maybe it's now about time to give them, the people, the digital version that they were looking for, like zeros and ones. And I created a very small video that is, that the images that you see in the video are direct translations from the zeros and ones of the tracks into images by basically opening them up in Photoshop, which was still possible back then because the system was much more open. You could really like switch between applications, get one file and put it into the other container and open it up. And so switching between, it was all just ones and zeros, so making an image out of it, no problem. So let's look at the very first video that I produced back then. Okay, speaking of time, I don't know if you've realized the very first half of the track of the video is running, is trying to synchronize music and sound, but then there's this one moment where this blobby bubble becomes a real circle again. This is when we just flipped the video, so that it's now running backwards on the visual side, but the music goes on. And yeah, so it is also a very constructed, conceptual piece of working with time. But we were also like playing live already quite a lot around that time. This is a very small excerpt from a live performance of Potocnik and Bauer, which I was playing live together with. I think this was in Portugal. And we just took this very snippet from some time, somewhere right in the middle of the concert. Okay, very short. So playing live at that time was not so easy when you were playing with computers and laptops, especially when you were making live video, because frame rate was something like 8 frames per second, and the pixel size of the images you could produce was a quarter size of a PAL movie, which is really like boring. And I had, my little daughter was born around 2000. And when we were together, sometimes I would start drawing on a kid's drawing application on the Mac. She couldn't yet really like move the mouse or do something, of course, but she would sit like for 20 minutes or 30 minutes sometimes on my lap and just watch me doing what I was drawing. And I thought like, wow, if this little creature that is just 1.5 years old is capable of concentrating to watch me draw stuff, then I could also maybe use this technique to play live for other people. So we started to play live, General Magic and sometimes also General Magic and Peter and me, we started to play live when I was basically just live drawing the full concert long, like 30, 40 minutes long. The thing is, when you constantly have to draw, because if you are not drawing, nothing is happening. And also, what we did was, usually in an audiovisual collaboration, the visual artist is taking the input from the audio and using all the data from the audio in order to, let's say, generate or somehow change parameters in your visual. We did it the other way around. I was playing with this KidPix program, which already had sounds implemented. And these sounds that I was producing while painting, the musicians would then take and incorporate into their complete musical scene. So actually, when I wasn't doing anything, there wouldn't even be a sound. So you have to draw for your live performance, and so you have to think of like, okay, next concert, what am I gonna do? Yeah, like what am I gonna draw then all this whole hour? So then you walk around the town and you find things that happen or things that are happening in world and in politics. And I remember we've been in New York, maybe 5 months after 9/11, and there were big trucks in the streets and they had some, I don't know, stuff around. There were banners that were incredibly big. So I took all these elements that I saw in life, in the streets, and started painting and incorporating all these elements into my live appearances. I don't know how long I should talk. I think I have far too much things in there, so I'll probably skip this section of the video, and just tell you that I also use then these images that are being created while drawing live for other usages. It's so nice because you can incorporate, again, as I say, I'm a graphic designer. I love to create images, but sometimes these images are also built from letters and abstract shapes. Actually, not sometimes. My images are most of the times built out of abstract shapes. Yeah, and then you can use them and make great books that are being sent to your clients. So, next part is about performing images. And here I would like to quote Isabel Harbison. She's, as you may have heard from her, an art historian, critic and lecturer at the Department of Art in Goldsmiths College London. And she wrote this great book, Performing Images, Performing Image. And she says, of course, artists have been combining images and performance for many decades, since at least the 1960s. But the thing is, images, and how images produce emotions and how they produce some kind of a sense of proximity and an intensified sense of presence or a sense of total alienation also, this is what she is interested in. And one quote from her book is, we produce images and images produce us. I mean, of course, she's using this in looking at all the images that we are producing for social media, etc. So all the images you are producing and we all produce all the time in order to, I don't know, say, okay, there's this great festival and it's happening right now. Go there, look for it. We do that. We used to do that with word by mouth. We used to do that with, let's say, written text, but now we do it a lot with images. And you all that you're producing these images, we have to be aware that what kind of images we produce and send out in the world, it all comes back and it goes to the people, and those messages, and those images, the contents of your images, they then also produce some kind of a reality that again changes us in the society. And so we produce the images, and then they also produce us. In 2005, a change of technology happened for me again. I'm always trying out whatever I can get my hands on. So first it was the first primitive layering techniques of pre-built materials. Then I tried out live drawing. Now I came upon the possibilities of generating images. So Chronomobs was my first image in which I used generative processes to play live. And this created the 2-minute song Chronomobs. I'm sorry. This was totally wrong. It was completely distorted and broken apart. I can imagine it's probably the file or the machine here that is no longer super capable of running the movie file. Might be because it is really at the boundary of its capacity right at the moment, because it's so full of images and movie data, because of the performance that we're going to do in the afternoon or in the evening also, that maybe that's the... So we are at the edge of the boundaries of my hard disk in this case. I'm sorry. But you can find Chronomobs on Vimeo and watch it. I'm sorry. But let's quickly recapitulate, or I try to explain you what you would have seen if I had the possibility of showing it to you. So we see basically 5 cubes that are positioned in one row in space, and all the 6 sides of the cubes are mapped with images that consist of stripes. Simple, colorful stripes. So now I build a system in which I receive the sounds from the musicians, in this case the sound from the music, and you can divide the sound frequencies into different bands, so-called bands. You have those that are really like low, and then you have those that are really high, you know, and in between, and then you can map the low frequencies, the middle frequencies, and the high frequencies to, let's say, these 5 cubes. And depending on how much or how strong, how loud each of the bands are at the moment, then I would start to make these cubes big, and they start to spin also. So because of the frequencies of the electronic music of the musicians, suddenly these cubes start basically to dance around you, and they start to dance and make a super flurry way of you in the center of a maelstrom of lines and colors that are dancing around you. And yes, so that is that was the video. But the thing is, because now the technology was giving me the possibility of building a system that in some ways was acting by itself, acting by rules that I defined, and using some kind of external driving force, the music. Yeah, you are capable of building great systems to go on and make time-based videos all the time. So that means you don't have to render everything beforehand, like times and hours and everything, but you can start your system, and then it runs autonomically or semi-autonomous, which is the technique that was incorporated in this new project that I want to show you. I mean, new, for me it's old, but in this case it was another project. So here we have the project that is called Hotel Lentos, and Lentos is a museum in Linz that shows contemporary arts. And around that time, the series Raumlentos, which means space lentos, which was curated by Magnus Hofmüller. This series positioned itself at the intersection of music, performance, visual arts, and wanted to explore the possibilities of space and the space of the museum. So during the night of the open museum, the museum that was at that time completely empty because it was just between two exhibitions, decided that they want to open itself as a hotel Lentos. And on the floor, all the rooms were just painted with white stripes. So you had the impression, okay, this is a room for a guest, and here's another room for a guest, etc. There was also a hotel kitchen. And there was a bar where you could have live audio concerts and all these things. And then they approached me or my studio to build the visual scenery in order to complete also the idea that this is a hotel. So the theme for the hotel took inspiration from two interesting films. One is Shining, the very famous film by Stanley Kubrick, and the second is Im Weißen Rössel, which is a movie that Austrians know quite well because it has been shown many times in the afternoon program on the weekends, and the Overlook Hotel from Shining, which you probably know, has this very omnipresent main character. It is gloomy, it is unpredictable, whereas Das Weiße Rössel is strangely filled with romantic Baroque kitsch and lots of kitschy architecture. So these two concepts come together in creating the feeling of a hotel. And we had, this is a very long space, it's 40 meters, and the wall of the 40 meters was projected on with 3 connected big hardcore projectors. And we had different kinds of tapestry and small elements that were moving across, like furniture or doors, and sometimes even openings in the wall that would give you the impression that here it comes another room, or here comes another space to walk in. And of course, when you are thinking of the of Stanley Kubrick's Shining, you need to have the twins in there. And the door here is the one that Jack Nicholson goes through with the eggs to look for his family later on. Yeah, so in order to achieve a visualization that was running for, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 hours, you really have to create a system that is capable of running by itself and changing themes over time so that it doesn't get boring, etc. So I think I was working with digital things from very early on, so you could call me an early adopter. But seemingly, the more you work with digital things and digital image worlds, etc., it gets boring, and you realize there must be something else. So one becomes, of course, post-digital. But post-digital is a term that is not very new, especially not in music arts or design or film contexts. We basically have always been post-digital. But let's understand what is the difference between digital and analog. So, okay, interesting. This I wanted to see, yes. When we look at analog elements, for instance, let's think of music again. Music is frequencies that are flowing in the air, and we can perceive them. We can perceive them with our ears. The frequencies hit our little bone structures in our ears, and they start to vibrate, and this vibration is being transmitted to our brain, where it is translated into into information that our brain can understand. Similarly, like the music that has been translated, not similarly, but let's say this is a synonym or a metaphor when we translate music into digital data so that we can use it as a parameter for sounds. But the digital world is always, you have 0, you have 1, you have 2, you have 3, or things like in between, but still you imagine this always as individual little elements, like blocks, like pixels. Analog, like the sine waves or the waves that music or that acoustics, that sound are, they are not individual blocks, they are not pixels, but they are waves, yeah? These are not broken, they are really continuously going. So the analog is continuous, is not, yeah, is really going with the flow. And and the problem with digital, when we look at it when we see it as the way how it is produced today with 4K or 8K monitors and everything, the problem with it is it's just too perfect. There's no dirt about it. Yeah, it's incredibly perfect in the way how this gradient is being produced. So with this perfectness, with this undirtiness, we have the feeling that we're losing something that feels real, and that's why it also feels not material-like. It feels immaterial. We are missing something like a human touch. So Holger Lund, who is also writing about music and digitality and the connection of image and sound, for instance, he defined in a text the following post-digital media strategies, which are: first, you could go back and use analog means in order to produce your art. Second, you could simulate analog looks, which is happening when you look at all the filters that we have implemented in Instagram and everywhere. So this is like, we have a simulation of analog means to make it feel like nice again. We can use any hybrid strategies where we're mixing back and forth between digital and analog and everything, or we can go the other route, like the super extreme hyper digitization is when you have, especially now, looking at festival brand image worlds, then at the moment you find everywhere this hyper digitization, this hyper digital image worlds where 3D rendered perfectly crazy worlds and objects and people and avatars and everything is in there. So you can go both routes, like super analog, real analog, or super digital, and of course the things in between. So around 2013, I started to use analog tools to convert sound into image. And I started to work with these on stage. Here you see me playing live with Ivan Pavlov from his artistic name is Son. And we started playing live together and created this one movie that is called Call Terrain, which was part of a vertical cinema screening. In this case, it was commissioned works that were presented on real celluloid, but projected vertically. So usually in the cinema, yeah, you have these super horizontal landscape screens. And here, these screens have been rotated by 90 degrees and used vertically. So I cannot show you the work because it only exists on film material, celluloid, but I can show you some images from projections when people were able to watch it. Here is it was shown at the Stedelijk Museum, for instance. Here it was shown in Glasgow. So usually you need spaces that are really high in order to install such a huge screen, and then you also need the full team of the projectionists and the machine, because a normal 35mm projector is not capable of running this turned by 90 degrees. So they really built one projector and flipped it in 90 degrees and made structure so that the film would still be held and capable of being projected. But I will try and see if this is working now. Let's keep our fingers crossed. This is a quick cut-up showing you what it looked like when you were inside a church or some really big place. Yeah, so friends in Holland just built this device called a synchronator, which translates analog audio frequencies into analog video frequencies. And the images you create out of this is basically just stripes. Just like we before had the wave of the audio frequency, you have to imagine that every time the wave hits the very top, this would be a stripe seen on your screen as white, and if it is in the bottom, it would be black. So you have audio frequencies that are very smooth, like a wave. Then you would have gradients from white to black and back to white again, or it could be a sound that is like this is a sawtooth, and this would be a rechteckige Welle, a square wave, and then you would see like distinct blocks of black and white, and depending on if it's a low frequency, you would have like big lines or small lines if it is higher pitched. And this is exactly what you have seen here. So you have here really seen one-to-one what sound frequencies were present, because I recorded them and just colored them and flipped them, so you were really seeing what you see is what you hear. So this is a setup from playing live, for instance. One big part in playing live is the part of improvisation. So improvisation is the practice of dealing with unforeseen situations where the plan and the performance of an act coincide. It is distinctive ability to react to unexpected events. In the arts, improvisation is not merely practiced as a reaction to problems, but it is understood as a resource for nurturing creativity. And situations of improvisations, they are created intentionally. We want these unwanted situations, or situations in which we do not know what will happen, because this really fosters creativity. Such a performance is a coincidence of process and product. You, the audience, if I was playing this live, you perceive the performance as it develops, but you also become a witness of the process of art making and the artistic product, both in this case, while it is being produced at the same time. Improvisers can prepare themselves for improvisation by learning. Basically, you have to practice a lot. Yeah? You have to repeat actions and patterns of gestures in order to maintain control over eventualities, which you could also call possibilities or potentialities. And then you practice. You practice in order to exploit the unexpected as an invitation to creativity. A particular feature of improvisation is that actions, gestures, artistic expressions, and interactions and conversations are performed in real time and without rules, notations, textual basis, or instructions. Improvisation, therefore, responds to the respective situation of spontaneous events. The artists react to the artistic gestures performed. The ongoing evaluation of this process during the process is part of it. It's also a driver of the process. Improvisers are both creators and witnesses of what they do. So I'm sorry if these sounds are quite harsh to your ears. This is only because maybe you are not used to them. Okay, we have seen the hacker files 0 till 5. In the meantime, this is also from a live performance that I did in 2015 with Florian Hecker, who is an artist, but his material is sound and he is exhibiting sound. We'll keep that. So up onto the last part. I hope I'm not too much taking your time. I want to talk also about the collaborative aspect of performing live together. Because playing together, as I just said, has this little prefix in it, which is the two. So performing together means there is this movement, yeah? Together is this, you gotta go towards somebody. It is together, zusammen. To take something is to hear something or to see something, to notice, and then to give, to react, to answer, maybe to mirror, to receive something, to take something, and to process. And in this process, change happens. We give back, we return. This give and take, this action and reaction, and again reaction, this is a principle we know from communication. So we are in these live performances basically communicating with each other, which is great, and it has a very good, how to say, it is super important for people to do that because it makes you feel alive. During the pandemic, when we were all confined to our homes, and my friends who are all over the world, to be honest, we started to play live together over the available tools like Zoom, and we met every second Sunday afternoon and played together for 1 or 2 hours. And so we started rehearsing again. As I said before, this you have to do it again and again and try out on things, and then you realize like, okay, there are certain patterns that are doing something with us. So we started playing together and formed the all-women networked jam sessions. And then a friend of us, she said like, okay, let's perform. So we started to really rehearse for a performance that happened then last year at the Ars Electronica Center, not Center, Ars Electronica Festival. What I show you now is a 3-minute excerpt from several rehearsals that give you a feeling of how a connection between players that are sitting in, I don't know, LA, or one is in Spain, one is in Norway, one is in England, I was in Vienna, then someone was in, I think, in Tokyo. So how it is possible also to connect, even if you are remotely in your own little space, but connect over this digital space. And you do that through copying, mirroring, playing together with gestures, with colors, with elements.
Welcome to IDOBIX, a concept we can exercise with our hands and our fingers is ease.
The government doesn't talk about the numbers. 80% of women missing.
Asking questions, ask again. Ask those questions, ask again.
On the occasion of the death of one of their numbers, they might use the song of Murmur, which is called the Glorious Song.
So, how does Canada's government react to our desperation?
Wow. Primary matter. Mixing up the colors of your true love.
Boiling veins.
So then you can take it in the forefront. The artist philosopher will be telling you what the now broadcasting on the Thursday on the BBC and then the artist philosophers is desperately needed.
Okay, yeah. Well, you probably notice it because you have also doing something similar. Okay, two more videos that I would like to show you. First is Stardust Manifesto. It's quite short. It came out of the wish from Mari Bastaszewski. She wrote a manifesto to the Times and then asked Jen and me to help her make this into some, so that the manifesto is also being experienceable on the internet, not just by reading, but something else. And I basically colored it, and Jen made the music to it. So it's a complete collaborative effort of us three women making this manifesto alive. So with this, thank you. Perfect sign of the times. The feedback loop is part of how we perceive time and how sometimes also I talk, but the movie or the image on the screen is much later than the moving of my lips. Thank you very much, and yeah, goodbye.
Thank you so much, Tina. Maybe there are questions, but I have a question too. Actually, when you were showing your work in the beginning, but also the work All Women Network Jam session, I was reminded of this movement called NEEN. N-E-E-N. It was founded by Miltos Manetas and Mai Ueda in 2000. Maybe you know them, or at least the movement, sort of like net art, post-internet art type of movement. And as a way of introduction, they say NEEN is not a static thing. We cannot really put it down in words, is what Miltos Manetas says about it. And they were all about presenting net art to the contemporary art world. And the way they decided to do that, well, let's say on one hand, like pre-NEAN projects, as they call it, they combined digital image with performance and audio audience participation, live music, live DJs and VJs, and also live process of deconstructing. The deconstruction, they would project images and they would be immediately resampled by artists on the spot to guarantee that no image is static or more important than the other. And they got quite famous actually in 2001 because they got really angry with the Whitney Biennial in New York because none of the curators was actually interested in exhibiting digital art or net art or post-internet art. So Miltos Manetas, he said, well, I will claim 23 U-Haul trucks, and they would circle the Whitney Museum during the opening reception of its 2001 biennial, displaying flash animations. Quite cute idea, but no such trucks materialized, but a group of NEAN artists purchased the domain name whitneybiennial.com and launched a full exhibition of NEAN artworks at the site. So there's also like this aspect of activism involved. So this is like a reference that I saw, like recognized between the NEAN movement and your work, or parts of your work. But maybe the question is like, how do you feel that the art world, let's say, has incorporated or hasn't digital and net art? Do you feel it is still considered a form of art that exists sort of in the shadow of these, let's say, Art Basel, Miami Beach type of major and commercial art events, or is it something that has become much more integrated in the contemporary art scene, according to you?
Okay. Okay, I know Miltos Manetas, but the NEAN movement, to be honest, I wasn't so aware of. But it's a great project, the way you described it. The art world that you are referring to via Art Basel, etc., and the big biennials and all this, they are, how to say that? They want art that becomes more worth over time, that you can collect, and that becomes an asset that you keep in your wallet, and it generates money, or at least it doesn't lose money, and you can maybe give it to your children when you die, and they can keep it, and like maybe 50 or 100 years later it is worth something, or a house, or you can sell it, anything. But that is the problem with the digital art. It gets lost. I'm constantly already now an archivar of my old works, like trying to excavate from my old hard disks work that I did in '99 is becoming more complex and more complex every year passes by. So all the works I did earlier on, if I hadn't documented them in some kind of old media, like filming them or printing images of them and binding them into books, then they are basically lost because I do not have the applications, I do not have the environment of the operating system, etc. for that. So digital art has the problem of getting lost. We can accept that and just keep them as performance art, which is also ephemeral. The only thing you can buy from performance art is a documentary image or the story about it. But the performance and the act itself is either you experience it, you are with it, like with the audio live visual collaboration concerts, yeah. Either you are out there, yeah, at the moment in the spot, you experience it, you keep it in your heart, or it's not something that you can really like keep as an image on the wall that will stay there for 400 years because the paint and everything is so stable. So as artists, if we want to have something that is left over for our kids in order to make wealth out of it, we need to downgrade it in technologies that are stable media.
Yeah, I think also this aspect is quite interesting in terms when we talk about digital art and well, internet is you know, like different forms still, but maybe about 20 years ago, again, like around 2000, a friend of mine, Bart Stolle, who is a Belgian digital artist, creating these sort of like short, dark, grim animated videos, like very basic black and white kind of things of figures jumping off buildings, stuff like that. So he got like some exhibitions, and someone asked him like, you know, I would like to buy your artwork, and said like, yeah, fine, I can email it to you. But the collector didn't like that because it's like, you know, what should I do with the email? Like download the file and then what, you know? So actually the artist had to build some kind of a, or like make some kind of a box as if it's some kind of a, well, much more special object, like materialize the artwork in some way. Do we actually, I'm sorry, do we have questions from the audience? We do.
Thank you. Hi. I would like to ask if you ever worked with someone who have synesthesia, because for the context, synesthesia is some kind of ability to see colors, shapes, patterns, or something else in music. So I would be interested if you have ever worked with someone like that, because I think it would be interesting to see like not the computer perspective, like ones and zeros, but the person's experience, because everyone is different and everyone sees it differently. So that's it.
No, I have never worked together with a synesthete. The only time someone said he is a synesthete was during my lectures. I have this one course that I hold regularly called Visualization and Sound Aesthetics. And then, of course, I explain the terminus synesthesia, etc. And then some student then stood up, came up afterwards and said, like, yeah, I am a synesthete, and it is interesting, but it's also quite hard because during school time, he had trouble concentrating sometimes, and he said, like. Now he knows what it is and how to cope with it, but it really took some time for him to get familiar with being a synesthete. And then I think it's a very personal, individual way of seeing the world, just like you and me, but with a different way of seeing the world. But I don't know how you see the world, and you don't know how I see the world, and I'm just trying to give an impression of how the world feels to me.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you again, Tina, for your amazing presentation. And please, students, be reminded that Tina will give a performance tonight in the gallery at the opening. So, like around 6 o'clock, please be welcome.
Yeah, together with students.
Together with students.
Great, yeah. So it's a collaborative.
It's a collaboration.
Exactly.
Thank you so much. Our last guest of today's program is Ranaldo, and he will join us online from his home in New York City. Musician, visual artist, and writer, Ranaldo co-founded the band Sonic Youth in 1981 and has been active in New York City and internationally for 40 years as composer, performer and producer, also exhibiting visual artworks worldwide and publishing several books of journals, poetry and writings on music. The new solo acoustic composition In Virus Times was released in November 2021 on Mute Records. Recent live performances with his partner Leah Singer, titled Contre-jour, have been large-scale multi-projection sound and light events with suspended electric guitar phenomena that challenge the usual performer-audience relationship. I've been working with Lee on and off since, I believe, 2006 on several exhibitions that I created in the United States and Europe. including the traveling and ever-changing series titled Bad Moon Rising, about disturbance in American politics, society and religion, 2 exhibitions titled Constellation in 2012 and Lost Highways in 2014 at Jan Daze Gallery in Ghent, Belgium. And in 2017 we did the large-scale retrospective museum exhibition titled Lost Ideas at the City Museum in Maine and also in Belgium. And that exhibition displayed artworks that Lee created from as early as 1977. And it also came with a one-day festival. Lee's presentation is titled Greetings from New York in Virus Times. He will present an overview of his work in music, photography and art from across the 40 years of his time in New York, including visual art and installations, music including compositions, solo and sonic youth. Lee, good morning. Thank you for joining us online today at an early hour in New York. We are definitely ready for your presentation. Thank you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Hello, everybody. Greetings from New York, and it's a pleasure to be here with you today. I wasn't really sure how to prepare for this lecture. It's very hard to sort of encapsulate a long career of work within a 50-minute or a 1-hour block of time. So I thought I'd concentrate on a couple recent series of my own in terms of visual art, and I'm going to probably skip around quite a bit. I wanted to show you some movies and some images of artwork, and happy to take questions either at the end or along the way, depending on what's more appropriate as far as that's concerned. Jan, do you know if I'm able to share my screen? Can I share images on my end to you?
Yeah, that should be possible, Lee.
Normally, I think the host has to allow it, and I am not the host. So share screen. Let's see if this works. Okay, so I will be able to, I think I can share my screen. Okay, so let's start here. Let me see if this comes up. Where is it? You're gonna have to look at my my chaotic screen for a second while I find what I'm looking for here. So mostly I'm known as a member of the group Sonic Youth, and I wasn't going to dwell too much. Can you see the images on the screen right now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, you see the Bad Moon Rising image?
The Bad Moon Rising image?
Do you see the album covers?
No, we see images of you performing with suspended guitar.
Oh. Well, I don't see that.
Yeah, we briefly saw the Sonic Youth album cover.
Okay, so let me try again here. Now?
No.
Oh my. Sharing is paused. Bring your shared window to the front. Okay, wait a second. Bring your shared window to the front. This is my shared window.
Lee, an idea would be to cancel your screen sharing and start again. Is what I've been told.
Okay, let me see. This is the technical. Now I can't even find the Zoom window. Let me see where it is. I'll bring it here. Having trouble with the Zoom window here. It's a tiny little thumbnail right now. Let's see here. I can't even tell what you're seeing there.
We're still seeing the icons of your performance at HVCC.
Yeah, I don't understand why I can't. The Zoom window itself now is okay. So here we go. Now I'm bringing it bigger. I may have to. Oh, here we go. So let's see. Stop screen sharing. Okay, so now try it again. Let's see. Screen share. Which one am I looking for? Maybe this one. Okay, maybe I wasn't doing it in the correct manner. Although
this seems to be good, Lee.
Now you see a grid, right?
Yeah.
So, okay, so maybe it has to be done like this. I've done this before without difficulty. I don't really understand why it's not working now, but okay, so we'll do it like this. It'll be a little bit more clunky. I wasn't going to spend too much time talking about Sonic Youth today because I feel like most of that is pretty well covered online and in a myriad of places. But one of our main intentions from the very beginning, we were known as a musical group, but really we started as a bunch of art students that were approaching music in an experimental way from the aspect of the art world almost as much as from the aspect of children of pop music who grew up on the pop culture revolution of the 60s and 70s. And we always had very intimate relationships with the art world. And I just wanted to move through some album covers and show some of the various collaborators we've had over the years, just as a way to sort of move into this whole thing. This was our first record cover that we did ourselves, where we duplicated our image. So it looks like we're a band of 8 persons on the front cover in these images, but it was just a sort of a ploy on our part to distract the listener from the quartet. Bad Moon Rising cover was shot by the photographic artist James Welling. I'm just going to blast through these because maybe some of you have seen some of these before. The artwork for our Death Valley '69 record was created by an illustrator from London called Savage Pencil that we did many collaborations with over the years. This record the cover was done by Marnie Weber, a Los Angeles-based artist who's a performance artist and visual art person. Raymond Pettibone did our cover for our album Coup. Just trying to sort of stress the intimate aspect of the relationship between what was ostensibly a music band with our art world contemporaries, and putting these images on the covers of our records. Here's an appropriated Andy Warhol that we used on the cover of the single. Our association with these artists really kind of and putting their works on the cover rather than pictures of our faces on the cover really served to really make clear what our focus was as a band. It wasn't so much in the world of rock and roll as in the world of contemporary art. This is Richard Prince's cover for our Sonic Nurse record. There's a couple of images by Richard here that we used at that time. These were taken from his nurse paintings that he was doing at the time. Christopher Wool, another contemporary artist, did the cover for our rather ripped album. A couple images of variations on this cover that he created for us. He did a lot of work with. He does a lot of work with sort of large stencils, words on canvas. Gerhard Richter, the German artist, did the cover for one of our more famous records, Daydream Nation, which you can see here, one of his candle paintings. We also used an earlier image of his on the cover of a single for a song called Death Valley 69. Destroyed Room, another artist album cover. Let's see here. No, Richard Kern, photographer, New York-based photographer that we worked with for quite some time. The artwork for our New York City Ghosts and Flowers album was done by William Burroughs, the beat writer most famous for the book Naked Lunch. Maybe that's all of those. So I'm gonna stop sharing that screen and come back to you for a second. My own practice in recent years has been concentrated to some degree on prints and drawings. Let me see if I can see if I can do this here. Let me see if I can. I'm just gonna. Since time is limited, I'm just going to blast through a bunch of different things that may seem somewhat disconnected. Mostly just with the main relationship being that they're all related to work I'm doing or have done in recent years. I gathered that somehow this symposium was photographically based, and I wanted to share with you some photographs. Many of these were exhibited in the show in Men in Belgium that Jan had mentioned, sort of a retrospective of older works that I had done. Okay. Okay, so this is actually, let's make that bigger. Why is that coming up on your screen? Is there just a lag? Let me try and stop this and share it again. Now, share the screen. This one. These are some quite early of mine. I hope you can continue to see that as I can go through them. And I'm not sure if this piece is included in the current exhibition where you are, but these were some different installation views in different galleries of. This was a piece called 6 minutes and 5 seconds. It's just a speaker mounted in the gallery space or on the exterior of the gallery. It started as a single speaker and later became multiple speakers, in particular in Menin in Belgium for the retrospective show. But once in every 6 minute period, this speaker would emit a loud blast of sort of chaotic sound, and just as a sort of as a wake up, as a certain kind of sonic clock, or a in there's stories in Zen Buddhism where the teacher would rap the student on the knuckles as a sort of a wake up call. And maybe this sonic blast of sound was something akin to that. Out of silence comes a momentary activation of the space sonically to indicate to the viewers that they should be paying attention, not just to the sound, but to the silences as well. Like I said, I'm just going to blast through a bunch of stuff here. I did a number of pieces based, since I'm a musician, I do a lot of work that's music-based, and I did a number of pieces that were based around old guitars that I retrofitted in various ways with either sound systems, speakers, or video monitors inside the sound hole. I hope these images are large enough that you can see something of them, but this guitar was painted in the style of a sort of 60s hippie guitar, and it had images from one of these big early rock festivals being projected inside the sound hole. It was the Glastonbury Festival in England from the early 70s, and the text on the wall was taken from a monologue of a young man tripping on LSD, sort of musing on the oneness of the universe as seen through as he was perceiving it in the shell of a tiny sea creature. Just a few different installation images of this work. These are some of the different guitars. The first one in this series was called Highway Song, and I've done a lot of work that riff on the idea of a song of the open road or a song of the highway, or the kind of song that country artists like Hank Williams would have written. And I've used that title as a catch-all for a number of things over the years. Three of these guitars, as they were exhibited in the Contemporary Art Museum in Vienna, in the Museum's Quarter in Vienna. This is a really early drawing of a Fender Telecaster as part of a still life when I was just shortly after art school. I was still making sort of naturalistic drawings, and I decided to put the guitar into a few of them. This is another one of these guitar pieces. The sound hole contains images from a Sonic Youth tour in 1986. That's our bass player Kim Gordon there in the sound hole at the moment, but about a 45-minute loop of images of the band lost in the city of Columbus, Ohio, trying to find our way to the venue where we were meant to perform. Here's the first one in this series, which was called Lost Highway, and the images in the sound hole. This is an old Stella guitar, which is a famous brand from the turn of the century, and I was using it sort of to riff on these images you see of old blues players, where they're often holding one of these similar guitars made by this old company called Stella. But the images in the sound hole of this one were shot with this toy camera that was made for children by the Fisher Price company called a Pixel Vision camera. And it was images recorded on cassette tapes. And somehow they managed to put visual images on these cassette tapes. I think there's going to be some images coming up of the actual. And they were very crude images in a wonderful, crude in the most wonderful way, akin to early color Xerox images, very stark, and this had a 5-minute loop of sort of highway images going on inside it with no sound on this guitar, just an object, a guitar object. Again here. These are some of the images that were inside the guitar. This one just had feedback sounds that normally associated with an electric guitar emanating from the inside of the guitar. This was a recreation of that hippie guitar image or one of the images. This was for the show in Menin. We couldn't ship all these guitars over from the United States, so we created a second set of them in Belgium for this show. This is the recreation of the hippie painted guitar, and as it existed in the exhibition in Menin. These are some examples of reference photos that I was using. This is the guitar case painted in sort of a 70s kind of hippie style, and I started searching the internet for images of painted guitars in this style to use as reference for my paintings, and I found all these sort of psychedelically painted acoustic guitars that were just posted online that I used as reference photos when I was trying to figure out how to paint the guitar in Menin. Some of them are quite beautiful. I like this one because it functions as a sign. This is I forget the name of the artist whose guitar this was. I think it says there, but I can't read it. It's too small. But performance and signboard you'd put out in front of a building when you were performing. I did. Sonic had a fascination with Madonna, the artist Madonna, at a certain point, and I did a series of work based on an image of her. It was a photographic image. I took the image and I used an old Xerox machine, and I Xeroxed the image, and then I Xeroxed the copy 100 different times, Xeroxing the copy of the copy of the copy, and until the image was quite degenerated. I'm sorry, these images are not in order, but let's see if I can find my way to the. These are all related. Okay, so yeah, this is sort of where's the beginning? This is sort of a close to the original image, and I made many Xerox copies of it, and it gradually, the image became distorted to the point where it was pretty much unrecognizable. And then I exhibited this series of 100 different frames in a couple different gallery situations. And I also took this, you can see it getting more and more distorted over 100 iterations. I took this image and broke it down into, I used the visual components of the image to create a music score. I sort of abstracted the image, various components of this to make a score for a piece of music I was commissioned to write for a robotic computer-controlled guitar, and I based the composition I made on these different parts. There, you can see in the center that wavy line is her lips, and I used different parts of the cross earring that she had, and other things to indicate pitch and volume for a composition I made. There was an exhibition in a gallery I was associated with here in New York of many different works by this crew of artists from Brooklyn that were working with computer-controlled objects. Let me skip past these images to the guitar itself, which is here. It was 4 necks, each with. I'm not sure if there was just one string on each neck, but there was a sliding bridge and a mechanical pick that was plucking the strings, and you could basically get these instruments to, how would you say it, to perform works that were maybe inhumanly possible to perform, very complicated works, similar to the way the composer Conlan Nancaro, who lived for most of his life in Mexico City. I think he was an American. He created many compositions for player piano that were impossible for a human to play because they were too complicated or too fast or too many notes at once for two hands to play. But he created an entire series of works for that could be done with scrolls on a player piano. So that was a similar idea for what I was doing for this guitar piece. You couldn't possibly play this piece of music no matter how good your technique was. And at the gallery, I did we let the robot guitar form the piece on its own, and then I did an improvisational collaboration with the robot guitar at the same time. Let's see what comes up next. So that's a bit of the sound of that piece. I don't know if I can if it'll play. I don't think I can get it to play from the way this is set up, so I'm just gonna go on. This piece is, this image is not. Hold on a sec. Get to the next slide. This is a piece called Shibuya Displacement that I did originally for a museum show here in upstate New York, and that I recreated a few times since, one in Peru and one in Menin when we had the show there in I believe it was 2017. And basically for this piece, I'm sorry, there's nothing on the screen at the moment, but I'm going to try and show you this little movie. I took some sound that I recorded in Tokyo on the platform of one of their subway stations. The subways in Tokyo have an interesting feature that every one of the stations has a different musical series of notes or a musical, small, tiny musical composition that I guess individualizes the stations and makes them intelligible for sightless people and others that have handicaps of various sorts. And I really love the idea of every time you'd exit the train in Tokyo, that each platform would have a different sort of musical environment that it was playing for you. And so I recorded a bunch of the sound of this environment in Tokyo, and I displaced these sounds by reprogramming them, mostly through CDs played back on boomboxes in other environments, basically taking this sound that's only ever heard in this one station, the Shibuya station in Tokyo, and taking that sound to other parts of the world and rebroadcasting it as a sort of sonic displacement, a bit of a sort of a science fiction idea of displacing sounds from one location to another. And what happened was we invited groups of audience members to come to the event and bring their cassette players or boom boxes, and we provided them with a tape of the sound loop. And then we paraded through the streets, first in Peekskill, New York, which that you're going to see here. And I'm just going to see if I can play it for you. Let me try and see if I can get it to go here. I think it's coming. Hopefully you'll be able to hear it as well. But it doesn't seem as though you can hear it. This is going to be a problem if I can't play you. Well, unfortunately, I guess you can't. You can see that we're walking the streets of this town, a group of people with these players all playing this loop. This is going to present a problem for me because I wanted to play you guys a bunch of different film elements, and I'll have to abandon that idea. But we walked in and out of shops and down sort of the main streets of the town, and I don't understand why it's not playing. I'm sorry about this. Normally in the past this has worked fine. Back to it again. Still not. Okay, well, this is a bit unfortunate. I was going to show you a video of a recent exhibition that my partner, Leah Singer, and I did in Texas, but it's not going to work without the sound component. Just close this file now and go to some other stuff. Okay, it's sort of typically chaotic here. I'm going to blast through some other stuff. Let's see here. Share screen. Let's try this again. Let's try this one. Let's see if I can share this screen with you. I don't know why this is proving complicated. In the past, it hasn't been. But if I do this. Is that on your screen? No, you don't. Okay, so because I thought this was a photographically inclined seminar, I wanted to show some works, and many of these were also exhibited in Menin, but these are, I did, for a number of years in the early 2000s, I was working on images based on newspaper photos that I was recreating in black and white, mostly in black and white ink. And let's see if these will come through here. So I just wanted to show you some of these because, especially in light of this being a photographic seminar, as appropriated photographic images, some music related, this Reese Chatham's rock band, but generally just tearing images out of the newspaper. I spent a bunch of years collecting images from the newspaper and creating this series of drawings of these images, and sometimes with bits of the newspaper text. And I also did a series of works with actually the torn newspaper photos on the walls of a gallery in Paris, where during the course of the show, I kept tearing new images, and we'd pin them up on top of the old images until you had these stacks of collected images. Just sort of, being attuned to the news and the newspaper, and looking at what the newspaper images were saying, sort of divorced from the stories, and then also looking at the qualities of the different print qualities as I was, touring different places around the world at that point, playing music shows or doing exhibitions. I found that newspapers, especially color newspapers, the quality of the images was very different from place to place. These images seem like they're cropped a little bit. I'm not really sure why. But, sorry for the shell of the application around it. But I just thought I'd show you some of these images, and I'm going to show you a couple more recent series after this. I guess I'm not going to try and play any more video because I can't figure out why we're not getting the audio attached to the video. Some of these are oil on canvas, but most of them are ink on paper. And you know, at the time, I was also making these poems created from these weird emails I was getting that were basically spam email, trying to get you to, I don't know, different stupid things, sexual pictures, or penis enlargement, all these weird things. And they would get past the spam filters by putting heaps of just words that didn't really make any sense, or sometimes they were paragraphs lifted from 100-year-old books and things like that. Very, very strange stuff. And I found that these words, mostly these images, were like explosions in a dictionary. You'd have all these non-related words next to each other that computer programs assumed was text, but was really just a way to get past the spam filters of various email programs. And I started building poems out of these random, unrelated words. Because every once in a while, as you were looking at these crazy amalgams of words, you'd see a few things next to each other that had a very kind of visionary, poetic quality to them. And so I made a whole series of poems for a few years based on these internet, I called them my internet spam poems. And they started as inspired by these spam emails, and then I would add my own words and sort of adjust them a little bit and created a series of poems. And at some points I was putting some of these weird surrealistic phrases on top of the images, either on that one was on canvas, but some of them are on different things that I was kind of fascinated with at the time, music-related photos, or this is from some fellow at a rock festival, or tennis stars, or too small to see. Political figures. That's a politician that went by the handle Tim in Holland, a kind of divisive politician that some of my Dutch friends were talking about a lot in that period. Some installation views, some of these works. I know we're I do want to leave time for a little bit of questions, so I'm going to just stop here with this one. Try. I wanted to show you. Let's try this. I wanted to show you the two recent series I've been working quite a lot on are a series of lost highway drawings, as I call them, that are, I'm a touring musician, so I'm on the road a lot and traveling from place to place. And we're starting here with a few student sketches I made as a student in the late 70s. I was on a road trip with a friend of mine during the year of university, and we were traveling in a van from New York State down to Florida for the holiday season. And I had some assignments that I needed to work on for my studies and my classes, and I was doing a printing class at the time. And as we rode down the highway, this is 1977, I made I made these sketches of the highway as we were driving down the road. And in the end, I used one sketch, that one's upside down, sorry about that. I used one sketch as a basis for I was a printmaking student, and we were learning how to make color prints, and I used one of those sketches as the basis for this 3-color etching, you know, where we were learning to use different plates for different colors and break out an image into different plates and think about the plates. You know, it's similar to the photographic process, the way a photo is really made up of, you know, cyan, magenta, yellow, and black images. And so this was created in 1977, an image that was sketched rolling down a highway, Highway 95 from New York to Florida. And I didn't really think much more about it at the time, but sometime in the, I don't know, around 2008 or 2000, no, maybe a little bit later than that, like 2012, on tour. Normally on tour, I would keep notebooks of thoughts and sketches for poems and ideas or essays, you know, text-based notebooks. And at a certain point around 2012 or 2014, I started sketching the highway once again without really remembering those works from the past. And I spent most of the last decade, when I could, sitting in the passenger seat of whatever touring vehicle we were in and sketching highway scenes. You know, the highway's moving. You're going down the highway at 100 kilometers an hour or whatever, and so I was sketching both sort of a memory of what I was seeing out the window and modifying it as we were moving through it, and just turning my diaries that were in the past or my journals that were text-based into these visual-based journals that, you know, the back of each drawing would have an indication of where you were in the world, and I was making these drawings all over the world. I'm starting with more recent ones. The original impetus for this were black and white drawings that later got expanded to include sort of colored pencil and different colored pencil medium. So I'm just kind of going through some of these, and you know, again here the relation is as a traveling musician and as a landscape artist of some sort, and trying to turn these moving landscapes into some sort of a record of the various places I'd been. And in some cases they're a little bit more abstract, and in some cases they're a little bit more realistic. I did want to show you some of these. Let's see here. Program rolled out here. Yeah, what's going on here? Here we go. Let's go back here. I'll just show you a few more of these, and then I'll go on, and then maybe we'll have time to take some questions. Okay, here we go. Some more. Go back to this one. I was experimenting with turning the page in different directions while I was sketching as we were rolling down the highway. And I guess I was trying to make sort of concrete images out of this moving highway that you know, and in a sense, drawing highways all around the world that some degree look, you know, each has their own characteristic, but they also have this kind of similarity about them. And some of these I later blew up on canvas and made paintings that were exhibited at at my gallery in Ghent in Belgium for one. They were, normally quick sketches. In a car ride of 4 or 5 hours on a good day, I could get 8 or 10 drawings done. On a good day, 4 or 5 nice ones. Try and go to some of the older ones and just show you where these kind of started in black and white. They were quite graphic for a number of years before the color came in. They were just black and white images, and they were horizontal for a long time. And later, I realized that a highway is more of a vertical image in a way than a horizontal image. Just basically, the main impetus behind these was just to have some reason to be making graphic marks. I think more than anything else. I mean, the idea of using the highway as the moving highway as a catalyst was really just about sort of scribbling and making marks on paper and trying to see what could be generated or what you could come up with. Okay, I'm gonna stop that sharing, and I'm going to show you one more group of works. I'm really sorry that I can't present some video because that's really what I wanted to show you, but I want to show you some works relating to this here. I've done a lot of works based on using records as an impetus, and I started. I was on a printmaking residency in Paris for a couple summers in 2007 and 2008, and I've made prints throughout my career, and I studied printmaking in university. But at this point, it had been a decade or more since I'd made any print. The way that they recommended to get started in Paris was to make some trial test prints using pieces of plexiglass. It was cheaper than copper or zinc metal. You didn't need acid. You could scratch into it with a dry point tool. And so the first images I made at these residencies were done on plexiglass. And at some point, scratching into this soft plastic, I realized that I could use vinyl records as a plate for making prints. And it started me down this road of making this series that I call Black Noise. And they are print editions, etchings, print editions, dry point etchings done on old vinyl records. And I've had opportunities to work in studios in Halifax at the NASCAD University in Nova Scotia and in Villa Arson in the Scotland. And recently have been making here in New York. And in fact, there's a poster image of one of these prints inside my most recent album that came out about a week and a half ago. I was also experimenting with, you spend all this time inking the plate, as it were, in the process of making an etching. And then you pull a print and then you have to start again. You put the ink back on the plate. But what we started doing was making these, what we called ghost images, which were after we pulled the main print, which you can see on the left here, we would run another piece of paper on top of the plate before we re-inked the plate and get this kind of silvery ghost image. So these print works had sort of a ghostly doppelganger that was a second print from the same plate without a re-inking process. So I made editions of both. I made editions where there was the main edition with the dark black ink and then the silvery ghost edition. Some of these vinyls, these vinyls I'm showing you right now are oversized vinyls made for radio stations in the 50s. So rather than being 12 inches in size, which is a normal LP record, these were 16-inch, very large records. So they have quite a nice presence when you see them in person. They look like records, but they also have this odd quality because they're much bigger than a normal record. And these were done on very small children's records. So we used to get these little yellow records when we were children, and they were 6 inches. They weren't even the size of a 7-inch 45. They were these tiny little records. And I did a bunch of variations on these records as well. Printing in the traditional technique of pushing the ink into the scratched lines for these prints, this one on the left and its ghost on the right, and then the same plate done in a relief print where you're rolling the ink over the surface of the plate rather than into the lines. So I was experimenting with both of these techniques with these small records that you see here. Now I think I'm going to come up to a little. You see if I can play this video. I don't know why I'm here. I'm sorry there's no audio with this video, but I wanted to give you a taste of this. You know, this is an ancient process that that's obviously still being used today, but there's no audio here. But this is the process of I'm working with a master printer in the New York studio just a few weeks ago, making prints of some of these latest pieces. You know, every time you're done inking the plate, you roll it through one of these big old presses, and then you get one image. And so if you're making an edition of 25 copies, you're going through this process, 25 separate times. It's quite a time-consuming and mysterious process. Playing around with the idea of the spiral on a record. These are early states of images that later, the other factor here is you're proofing images. Here's that same plate, a later image. You're proofing the images and then working further on the plate and then proofing them again until you get them where you want. Here's some images of the plates we printed that day and modified and printed again. Let's see here. Go on a second more. Here's some images of the actual surface of the plate. If you can see, these are the actual records that are scratched before the printed before the printing happens. It would be interesting to show a couple of these images. So these works here. This is the variations on the work that's included in my new record. I had well, in any case, this is an image based on an electron microscope picture of a COVID-19 molecule that I was working on printing. I thought I had the original images, but they must be in another file. But the original image was of this COVID-19 molecule, this thing that's kind of plagued the world for the last couple of years. the image itself was quite beautiful. It was a blue color and it had these red dots all over. These are obviously different proofs with different inking techniques of this image, trying to find the final result. And in the end, I hand colored these images to match or to sort of approximate the photo that I was working from, and arrived at this as kind of the final version of this image after it was hand colored. I'm making an edition of these works right now, and there's sort of a poster based on this image included in my new record, which is a COVID themed record, instrumental record in itself. And here's just some other various recent experiments I've been doing. I'm not going to show you another video because you saw the other one. But this interest in using records as a medium, and it's not uncommon. It's going the wrong way here. You know, many artists have used records in this way. This is a record piece I made called "A Way Out of History." It's currently in the collection of the Belgian artist Johan Tahon, but it's a slowly spinning record on the wall with a laser light coming out the center hole, and this phrase "A Way Out of History" on this kind of spiraling record. Just an object, silent object, spinning slowly on the wall, almost again like an alternative clock face in a sense. I worked with a Dutch artist. Let's see where this goes here. Yeah, I worked with a Dutch artist on a series of pieces. This Dutch artist named Zeger Reyers. His specialty was growing mushrooms, and he grew mushrooms on all kinds of objects and then exhibited the objects with the mushroom growth on the objects. Very, very quirky and humorous and beautiful works. And we made a piece together for a show dedicated to the artist Paul Tech, where I created a record, one side of which was etched, which you can see here, and the other side had individual tracks, each one of which ended in a locked groove so that it would play forever. And Zeger seeded with mushroom spores a turntable at the exhibition. And my record was put on and playing one of these locked grooves so that the sound was just continuous. It never ended. And over the course of the month and a half that the exhibition went on, the mushrooms slowly grew out of the turntable base and up around the turntable, and eventually grew so thick that they slowed the record down, changing the pitch of the music being produced, and eventually completely stopped the record. So it was kind of an evolutionary process in the museum across the 6 weeks of the exhibition. We did some other pieces where I created some large, I don't think I have them in this file, but I created some large scores, music scores, staffs that you would normally draw the notes of music on. And the papers were seeded with these mushrooms, which gradually grew up onto the staff paper. And then we invited different improvisers and artists in to perform or to try and interpret in a musical way these mushroom-based scores. But I wanted to show you some other painted record discs that I've made over the years. Starting back in the early days of Sonic Youth in the mid '80s, I painted a number of discs that we used. We filmed them spinning on turntables for an early video of our song Death Valley 69. And I recreated some of these and made more for the exhibition in Menin, and these were all exhibited spinning on turntables. So they had a nice, they had this nice effect of these colors spinning around on what was once, and for many of us, this kind of familiar object, which is a turntable. And later we had, they had children come through the exhibition to see it, and the children made their own versions inspired by these records that I had made. So these are some of the images that the children made, which I thought were really, really great. Working within this round tondo format. And I think I'm going to stop here because I know we're probably over time at this point. And I'm terribly sorry that I couldn't show you some of the video that I had planned. Maybe I can show you one more thing quickly if I can find it. This is, you're not going to hear the sound, but I just wanted to show you this. This is some video of a recent exhibition in Texas just a few months ago, sort of a COVID period exhibition where this is partnered with my wife, Leah Singer, and we weren't able to go to Texas, but we created an entire gallery installation sort of remotely. And what we did was we took all of the images and photographic elements that we had filmed over the course of the pandemic, sort of staying at home, creating works in our apartment or when we could in our studio. This is the curator of the show, John Revitt. Unfortunately, you're not able to hear what he's saying. I don't really know why you're not able to hear it. But we used multiple screens in the gallery space, projecting. This is a time lapse image, right? They're not really going that fast, and various images were appearing and then reappearing on other screens. So you were kind of in this environment of of all these images related to what we were experiencing during COVID. Leah's worked with newspaper images on some of those screens and some short video work that I had made, and there were each of these screens had an attendant sound loop going with it. So you were in the space that was filled with sound of different sorts, and everything was kind of cycling. So images would appear on one screen and then cycle back on another screen. And the same thing was happening with sound loops. We had done a live stream performance during this COVID period, and so we included some imagery of that with my hanging guitar works, which I was doing at the time. And actually, this is an image from just before COVID, myself running on Robert Smithson's Amarillo ramp in Texas, kind of another Texas reference. And I wish we could show this with the sound, but unfortunately cannot. But I did want to show this to you with the sound. Final performance before COVID is what that was in Holland in February 2020. And okay, I'm going to stop talking at this point. Thank you for listening to this kind of rambling journey through some of my work. And if anyone has questions, we can take questions at this point or wrap up. I know you've kind of been at it all day long.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you so much. Lee, actually, I have a question. It has something to do with
odd for a sound artist not to be able to play any video, any audio.
Yeah, that was not going to be my question. Like, can you play the sound of the videos? Maybe no. But I think I have many of your video artworks in my file, so I can share some with the students and our international guests. Some of them are also online, I believe, maybe in form of excerpts. But there is something that I noticed, like also in the last work you showed, the last collaboration you did with Leah in Texas, I believe you said, reminded me also of the other two sort of audio-visual immersive projects you did. The first one may be called Drift, and I Love You, I Hate You, also together with Leah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I didn't really even get a chance to talk about any of that stuff.
Yeah, but there is this sort of sense of, let's say, ongoingness in these works, and when you speak also about your like your lost highways, the way you make them, sitting in the passenger seat, traveling across the country, including Europe, and making these drawings as the landscape sort of disappears and reappears in some way, which I find very interesting. And in my experience with working with you, especially in 2017, at the museum in Belgium, which was actually a retrospective exhibition covering the work from 1977 until 2017. But then you continued to create works sort of on the spot, like recreating all the works that we weren't able to ship from New York to Belgium. You added many of those spinning vinyls. You asked me to recreate one of your Lost Highway drawings in a large mural piece. You did this suspended guitar performance, and you added those sound blasts that startled the museum visitors. And I was actually just reminded that at the same time we also opened a second exhibition at Jan Daase Gallery titled New Works.
Yes.
So there is sort of this like constant sense of production, like this ongoingness, and which is maybe very different when you work on an album like the one you just released in Viral Times, like a couple of days ago, I believe, on Mute. Which is sort of like a more fixed project in some way. Is that true? Like, how do you see this work for yourself? Like in art, you're sort of constantly on like some kind of on a road and producing and reproducing and going farther and farther. Where does an artwork begin and end for you?
Well, I mean, I suppose to some degree there's this sense of continuity that artworks, they end when you stop working on them in the case of a drawing or an album, but the music generally has a life beyond the album format. I always say that the albums are like postcards from the life of the music that they contain, because the music gets performed and so undergoes variations and different aspects depending on the evening and the performance venue and the mood of the performer and all these kind of things. So the music has a life of its own, and the a painting or a drawing is kind of a fixed image, and it is what it is. But music is time based, so it's always changing every time you perform it, unless you're creating albums where you're never going to perform it and they exist as a sort of an object and final record of a work. But mostly music has a life over time in a different way than a fixed visual work like a painting does. But I guess because I work with language and with visual aspects and with sound and music, I like to feel that that works that I'm doing are sort of bouncing back and forth between these different aspects. That there's a bit of crosstalk and a sort of mutual informing. So sometimes the words from the poems end up on the visual images or in the lyrics of songs, and ideas related to what's going on in a piece of music will be translated back into the works. In a sense, even the spinning records or working with records as a visual medium for scratching surface, or working on a series called Lost Highway, based on the Hank Williams song called Lost Highway. So there's this sense of them informing each other, and I suppose from the artist's perspective, it's not as important determining when the works are finished as seeing yourself as in the flow of being one who creates works. I mean, an artist needs to find inspiration across the length of their career to keep going and to find works and to inspire themselves to create new works, I guess you would say. And so, you know, if I show up at the studio, that's my main concern, is jumping off things that I've done in the past. So sometimes you're working on variations of something you've already produced. You know, I'm preparing for some sound works right now that are going to be in a media biennial in Santiago, Chile, and I'm working with some brand new elements and combining them with some older elements of things that I've done in the past, and sort of transforming them into some new works. And so I don't know. I think it's a matter of keeping yourself interested more than anything else.
And in the exhibition that we will open in about 2 hours here in Pilsen, you are included with in the work Blind Performance. Can you say something about that piece?
I forgot to talk about that piece. The blind performance that you will see on video and in some enlarged stills in the exhibition was one of a series of works that started as text-based, what I called proposals for works, and they were mostly thought up in an abstract sense while touring. You know, like sitting in the van, you know, or on a train or on a plane. There's a lot of time for thought and thinking, and I wrote a number of pieces that were just proposals for performance works. And so in this particular one, the proposal was for all of the performers to be blindfolded, and just to take away, you know, music is an audio form, but to take away from the performers the sense of sight. So you're not able to see your fellow performers, you're not able to see the audience, you're not able to see the stage you're on, you're not even able to find your gear. And it was actualized at a festival that went for a few years. That was a kind of a noise music festival called No Fun Fest, and the curators brought mostly music artists working in the field of noise. I have to say, you know, so extreme sound artists from all over the world, from Europe and from Japan and from South America. And they coalesce at these festivals for these 3 nights of performances for the few years that it existed. And when they invited me, I decided I would try and actualize one of these text-based performance pieces, this blind performance piece. And so we had what we called a handler. We had a guy that was not blindfolded that led each of the performers. The performance was 2 drummers and myself on electric guitar. And our assistant led each performer out one at a time, you know, blindfolded to their place on the stage. And first one drummer who started to play, then another drummer who started to play, then they led me out with the guitar. And I started by free associating some text images, so some lyrics, and then playing the guitar. And at the time, I had this guitar that I had been given that I really didn't like very much, and it was, for some reason, it was an annoying instrument. It was kind of had a plastic feel to it. I don't know how to explain it, but I really didn't like this guitar very much, and so I decided that during this blind performance, the end of my section of the performance would be to smash this guitar, and then I'd never have to play it again. And that did take place, and I had the performance filmed so that ideally it could be projected in a gallery space, full size, so life size basically, so that the performance could be projected on a large wall. And if you were standing in the gallery, you would have a similar feeling and a similar sight line to what the audience would have had the night of the performance. And you'd see the figures of myself and the two drummers pretty much life-size. Now, I don't know if it's being projected life-size there at the exhibition. It probably is not. But in any case, the most interesting thing about this performance was that taking away the sense of sight somehow altered the sense of time. And what was projected to be, I don't know, a performance of 20 or 30 minutes in length was completely executed in about 9 or 10 minutes. And when, after 9 minutes, the performance was over and the assistant was leading us each off the stage. And when we got backstage, myself and the other two performers were really surprised that the whole thing had gone by in 9 or 10 minutes. We felt like it had been a much longer period of time, and just taking away this element of sight transformed so many aspects of the performance. From, you know, there was a point where I was disoriented and I didn't even know which way was the front of the stage, and I think had my back to the crowd at one point before I figured it out. And it was just a very interesting exercise. I've never recreated it again since that moment, but I was always perplexed by the fact that you know, you generally, if you're a performer, you have an ability to know about how long you're playing. If you're playing improvised music and you're supposed to play for an hour, you can kind of get close to an hour's performance without looking at a clock, you know. But in this case, by taking away our sight, it just threw all of our senses into a sort of disarray, which was kind of interesting.
Thank you, Lee. Thank you so much. Any questions from our audience? No? Okay. Thank you so much, Lee. Maybe, hopefully, next year we could invite you to come over to Pilsen, Czech Republic. We can talk more in some time also about your tennis playing and cycling and New York and the things you do on the side also. Very nice. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us today and to show us your work. Good luck with In Virus Times. It's just been released like a couple of days ago, I think. So you must be busy.
Yeah, it's a week ago.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you so much for putting up with the technical hassles of this performance. And I'm sorry I couldn't play you any audio, but thanks for listening. I'm going to take my leave and
thank you so much.
Have a good exhibition and a good rest of your conference. Bye.
Cool. Thank you. I didn't prepare this part. So this is the end of the first day of the symposium, Boundaries Time. We will continue tomorrow at 11, and tonight, this evening at 6 o'clock, we invite you to the exhibition opening in the Ladislav Sutnar Gallery here in Pilsen with our guests, of course, and with the performance of Tina and students. So thank you so much for your attention the whole day. We will see you at 6 in the gallery. Thank you so much.